Okay, and I think we are live. Hello, all newcomers, and welcome back, my fellow Eternians. As always, it's me, Emperor AP, and today I am going to be talking to you all about one of the biggest things that is a struggle for micronationalists. If you've come here looking for how to design a currency, go check out one of our other previous videos in the Micronational Economics series. If you're curious about how you should design your currency system, what kind of money you should use, what you should back it with, things like that, again, we have another set of videos detailing that. But in today's micronational economics, I want to talk about the thing that everybody forgets when trying to make money, and the sense of creating their own currency, defining a way of payment in their micronation, and that is licensing in outside nations. That is something that is a huge deal and is one of the great filters that prevents micronations from continuing to develop. This is one of the reasons why the larger scale micronations that you see don't end up doing things like creating their own currency for regular distribution. That's why you don't see Molossian money all over the world. That's why you don't see Atlantean based money all over the world. That's why you don't see things like Liberland's money all over the world, is because these groups either choose to associate and accommodate another type of currency so that they don't have to worry about this at all, or they decide not to make a currency flat out and just not go that route. So that being the case, today I want to talk to you about if you actually want to go about creating a currency system, there are proper licenses that you need from the macronation that you are a part of. And you may think, well, I've never heard of that, so that probably doesn't apply to the country I'm in. That applies to 48 states and the District of Columbia in the U.S., as well as a federal license that you need that covers the entire U.S. So it includes the U.S., it includes Europe, the European Union, and all the countries in the European Union have similar regulation that I'll talk about, and in the U.K. as well, because I know that Brexit went on and that there are some confusion about what laws and what different things have changed in the U.K. between the European Union side of things and the UK side of things. This is something that is covered in both instances. So, and I believe in most other countries around the world. In Asian countries, I believe Japan, Korea have similar laws. This is something that is impacting everyone who is interested in creating a nation, or even just money around the world. If you want to start your own cryptocurrency, if you want to start your own local currency, this is the place to come. This is talking about money transmission licenses. This is talking about payment licenses, as it's called in some different places. This is talking about e-currency licenses, as it's called in some places. And these all cover basically the same ground. So I'm excited to get into it with everybody. I know we have some commenters and some people jumping in already, but let me go ahead and pull up the stream for everybody and go ahead and send the link for this to get started. Let me see. I hope that hasn't been playing in the background the whole time over me. It sure might have. Aeternia, it's good to see you. Okay, so let me go ahead and grab this link, pause that, copy this, and paste it into our Discord. Hold on. Okay, Control C, Discord. Boop. Okay, and we have everything set up and going. It looks like we are doing well. Again, Aeternia, it's good to see you. But yes, today we are talking very specifically about money transmission, and we are talking about how that works for the Empire of Aeternia, how that works for anybody who is interested in creating and developing a country around the world. Actually, I'm sorry, I copied the wrong link for everybody. Let me go ahead and post the correct link for everybody, and we will get started. But essentially what I wanted to do today, and I'm about to jump over to another tab so you guys can see what I'm doing on my computer here. I will be sharing with you guys my screen so we can actually walk through some of this online, because it's something that a lot of people need to be able to walk through and be able to be able to navigate by themselves. It's something that's not easy at all to figure out on your own, and it is something that I have taken over a year trying to decipher myself and trying to plan for. This isn't something that we're even able to get right now, but it's something that we are actively moving toward as a nation. So, hey, what's going on, Armin? It's good to see you from Saudistan. It's great to have some Saudistan people here. So let me go ahead and jump you over to my screen so that you guys can see what I'm talking about. Now, a lot of this conversation I'm going to base around the U.S. because that's where I am, but we are going to talk about, again, the European Union and Europe and the U.K. as well. So let me go ahead and jump over to the live screen. There we go. Hey, perfect. Okay, so again, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Republic of Aeternia, it's good to see you as well. If you guys could like the video, it also helps because we can continue to get more people into the chat and talking about this. Again, if you are interested in creating any type of currency at all, whether this is a cryptocurrency, whether this is a local currency, whether this is a currency for your micronation, this is something that very few people are going to tell you, and you can get into a lot of trouble down the road if you don't start planning for this early on. Is there a federal money transmitter's license? Something I Googled. This is for the U.S. The federal government, 47 states, and the District of Columbia all require licenses for money transmitter businesses. The federal license is administered by FinCEN, the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network of the United States Department of Treasury. So, over the past few years, especially with more cryptocurrencies coming out, the U.S. and many other nations around the world have really cracked down on what it is that people are allowed to trade and consider stored value, is how it's defined in the U.S. terms. Essentially what that means is if you want to create something like a digital currency or something like a physical currency, anything that is going to store value and be used to make purchases in any context is considered a money, is considered some sort of value transmission. And so that being the case, you have to be licensed in order to practice that. In order to be able to expend out money as a business, you have to, and be able to take that in exchange for other monies, you need to be able to prove to the government that you are being issued the license to that you can, one, be insured to protect the people who are using your currency. There is a certain, it is called a, I forget the type of loan it's called, but it's a surety bond. You have to have in the US a surety bond that will protect the people who are investing in your currency. And that's one of the requirements. As well, there are licensing fees that you're going to have that can range anywhere from like $500 to, a few $1,000 just for the initial licensing, processing, filing fees. And then on top of that, in the U.S., you have to have, I think, $25,000 worth of value. Your net worth has to be over $25,000. In Europe and in the UK, I believe it's 35,000 euros. But that is something that means that you can't have any outstanding debts, or at least those debts need to be less than your assets by $25,000 in the US case. There are a lot of concepts that you have to be familiar with, again, with that surety bond, with making sure that you are following the proper precautions, that you have the proper agreements in place for your business and for people to understand what this money transmission system you're doing is, and how they can play an active role in it if they are someone who is using that money, which is going to be lawyers' fees to draft contracts and stuff like that. This is all a lot of technical jargon, and it's all a lot of stuff to get bogged down into, but this is the thing that defines a nation that is striving to become a nation versus a nation that is simply designing itself and simply building with its local community. This is something that is saying, I am trying to take my micronation to the next step. I'm trying to go wide with it. I'm trying to, expand in some sense to be able to do things that a government would do. And money transmission, the ability to define something as a money is really crucial to that. Now, one of the things that a lot of micronationalists do that can also get you in big trouble, that's not going to be the topic of today's video, but is important to mention in this video, is that money transmission is different than banking. A lot of people will say, oh, my money is run through the bank of whatever my micronation's name is. However, you shouldn't do that, because claiming something as a bank in legal jargon means something entirely different. So if you go on record as saying something is a bank, which the Empire of Aeternia is creating its own currency, but we don't have any established bank. A bank is something that establishes lines of credit to people. It can do things like give out loans or create bank accounts for people. These are not things that the Empire of Aeternia is interested in doing, at least in the short term, because that's something that changes the game entirely. If you think that, potentially $25,000 is something that's expensive, this is like hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars to just initially file and set up as a banking institution around the world. Banks are an entirely different thing. They are huge. They are giant corporate entities, and they are things that are very, very difficult to build. They require a lot of startup capital to develop because of how risky they are for investors and for people actively using your system. And you have to be insured to do that. So number one top tier item, if you are interested in developing your own currency for your nation, do not say it is being powered through some bank. Don't say that you have some centralized bank that is distributing this currency, because when you are viewed from the macronational perspective, when you are viewed from a legal entity that is representing the United States, representing the European Union, representing the UK, that considers you a bank. And a bank has much, much higher regulations and standards than a money transmission business. So don't try and establish lines of credit. Don't try to do anything that connects you to banking. And again, all of this should be talked about and consulted with a financial advisor and a business lawyer. There are plenty of good small business lawyers out there for all around the world, and I highly recommend that you talk to those people before you would consider doing anything like this. It's a lot of fees to get into. It's a lot of legal jargon and a lot of contracts. It's very, very important that if you are serious about trying to develop a micronation and you are spending thousands and thousands of dollars to try to develop this and make it something that is growing to a larger community, and you need something like a currency, that's something you're serious about, you have to be able to start looking into these things, and you have to be able to start trying to make plans for how you're going to afford it, what the payoff for you is, if it's reasonable to do that, or if it's reasonable to just use a macronation's currency. Let me jump in here. Ooh, we have 8 people watching. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. Arastoria says hello. Republic of Utreya says hello. Manu says just joined. Hey, it's good to see you. Manu says first thing I saw after I woke up was your Discord message of stream in 30. Hey, that means a lot. Thank you. The Mind says hey, and People's Republic of Bellagio says hey. Michael Ryan also says hello. It's good to see everybody. I'm glad you guys are hanging out with us. And again, thank you for joining. So let's look at Alabama. This is for Alabama, the state in the U.S. that Aeternia is located in. The reason we're talking about Alabama is because that's who we're going to be trying to get our money transmission license through. But again, this is a big, big step for us. It's not something we're able to do right now. It's something that's still going to be in the works for a while, but it is something that we have to look at if we are going to inevitably create our own means of value. And that's something that we're hoping to do in the Empire of Aeternia one day. So that is something that we are having to instill in ourselves now, understand, and eventually be able to act upon with a pre-developed plan. So, let's go to the top here. Okay. Licensing, issuance of license. When an app, I guess we should look at definitions. So, definitions. This is called the Alabama Monetary Transmission Act. An agent, authorized delegate, a bank. Okay, so a bank is an institution under state of Alabama law. A bank is an institution organized under federal or state law which meets any of the following requirements, except just demand deposits or deposits that the depositor may use for payments to third parties, and engage in the business of making loans. Engages in credit operations and maintains only one office that accepts deposits, does not accept demand deposits or deposits that a depositor may use to make payments to third party, does not accept savings or time deposit less than $100,000, and does not engage in the business of making commercial loans. Is a trust company subject to the jurisdiction of the Alabama State Banking Department or subject to another state or federal banking regulatory authority? Okay. Monetary value. Again, so you don't want to be associated with a bank. That's something that has to go through entirely different financial institutions and connections. So you want to make sure that as you develop your system, as you're thinking through the practicality of developing your country, developing the way that people will live and work in this community that you're developing, you have to understand the laws around what you're doing. And that being the case, you need to understand how to not run yourself into even more fees and even more issues doing what you think would be cheaper. So again, just steer clear of anything connected to banking. Money. Money is defined as a medium of exchange that is authorized or adopted by the United States or a foreign government. This term includes monetary unit of account established by an intergovernmental organization or by an agreement between two or more governments. So, the thing that's interesting is they define money as connected to the United States or a foreign government. So the thing that they would probably have us license under, and again, I want to look into the laws of this. I want to look into speaking to a lawyer about this more directly. I've done a little bit of that, but when we move toward filing, there's going to be a significant amount more that I learn about this. So again, don't take this as legal advice. Take this as somebody who is looking into this for themselves and is trying to make accurate assessments of the information based on what we're reading here. A payment instrument, on the other hand, a money transmission is selling or issuing a payment instrument, stored value, or receiving money or monetary value for transmissions. The term does not include the provision solely of delivery, online, or telecommunications. So essentially they're saying delivering something. If, Amazon delivers a package to your house, that's not necessarily money transmission. There is value being exchanged, but it's something that was a good or service that was paid for with actual U.S. currency. So that's a different thing. That's already a pre-established currency that already has its own security. Whereas a payment instrument is a check, draft, money order, traveler's check, or other means utilized for the transmission or payment of money or monetary value, whether or not negotiable. The term does not include a credit voucher, letter of credit, or instrument that is redeemable by the issuer in goods and services. So, So the connection to what a payment instrument would be is something like a money order or something like that. So the thing that you would be trying to develop and trying to create would be something like a cryptocurrency or a local currency. What more than likely they would define in some way as a money. And that's, again, it's something that has to have stored value, which is a definition they have down here. Monetary value that is evidenced by an electronic record. And so when you are creating something that has stored value, when you're creating something that is either a payment instrument or a form of money, you have to have the proper licensing for that. So things like local currencies and cryptocurrencies fall under that very easily, and in fact that's what they're designed to do, because there were a lot of people, especially in the last 10 years, who, when cryptocurrency started to rise really quickly and become very popular, didn't need licensing, and so it ran into tax issues with the states and the countries that they were in. But they also ran into issues where people were getting defrauded. They were getting they were being told to invest lots and lots of money in this currency that all of a sudden became valueless when the primary investors cashed out on an inflating cryptocurrency and then left everybody holding the bag with all the debt involved. So at that point, those people who are connected to that currency should be able to sue and should be able to be properly reimbursed for the value of the money that they had. They were no longer able to use that value because it devalued. even though they had invested a certain amount in it. And so in order to protect the consumer, in order to protect people who are going to be using your currency, they've developed these systems that you have to have in place in order to actually develop a currency. So when micronationalists talk about, all you need to do to make a country is, you make your flag, you make your anthem, you make a currency, they just kind of list off these items very nonchalantly. Think in detail about what that means and what it is practically for the values that you have. If you are just trying to develop something that's a fun and interesting hobby for you, then you associate that level of intensity with how you take, the defining characteristics of a nation. You can, here's a simple way to put it. You can get out a sheet of paper and you can draw a symbol on it, and that can be your flag. You can also decide to put a little more effort in and actually color it in and, give it some nice, draw over the lines, make them clean, make them crisp. You could even go so far as to use a ruler or something like a straight edge to make the lines really nice and even. You can even go so far as to make a digital flag, that you create using like Photoshop or something. You put a lot of effort and a lot of time into. And it's about how serious you are with developing. Just like creating that flag, just like something that you would put so much time and effort into because it's a symbol, because it's connected to your culture, you have to do even more so thinking about the legitimate economics of your nation. So when we talk about micronational economics, this is something that is a legitimate, small business type economics that you have to understand, but also a macroeconomic standard to understand how you are interplaying with these systems like federal banking commissions, like these local and state agencies that are trying to make sure that everybody's properly licensed, everybody's properly set up to do the business that they're trying to. So any macronation that you were involved in and connected with will require that from you. And that's where you start to get into recognition from other countries. We talk about this all the time of like, why are no micronations recognized by other macronations? It's like, first, before you get official recognition, you have to have some business interaction, right? They have to know you exist. And they also have to see that you are something that's stable and reasonably developing. Otherwise, to their high standards of what a nation would be, or what a country would be, they would not find it easy to put you amongst the others in that category. However, if you have a track record of success and you already have pre-established records of business with those countries, it makes it that much more ingrained in their culture and in who they are to recognize you to some degree. That doesn't mean as soon as you get a money transfer, like somebody's going to recognize your country. But what it does mean is that you have a legitimate standard of business that you are doing. You have regular interactions with those state and federal authorities, local and federal authorities, I should say. And you are also designing a system which has to be legally recognized by the macronational entity that you're facing. And that being the case gives you some inherent legitimacy. If the Alabama statute defines money as selling or a medium of exchange that is authorized or adopted by the United States or a foreign government, and they issue a money transmission license to the Empire of Aeternia to create a currency, a local currency, then that is recognizing it as a money. And if they recognize it as a money, that's, one step toward recognizing it as a foreign government. And then that is its own set of continual pushes and continual developments. So this is a cascading result. This is something that gets you legitimately closer to the goal of recognition on all tier levels, no matter what your ultimate goals and ultimate hopes are. But that being the case, it is something that becomes increasingly more expensive, increasingly more time consuming, and increasingly more detail oriented. You have to be very, very precise with exactly how you word things, with exactly how you design and strategize for your business and for your nation, because ultimately whatever you decide is what is you are going to be held accountable to. And if you cannot deliver on that, and if you cannot ensure before you set it up that you can deliver on it, it can be very bad for you, and it can make you look fraudulent in the eyes of the macronational authorities that you're going to be dealing with. So you always want to make sure you're doing things properly. You always want to make sure that you have the proper licensing and regulations abided by, and you want to make sure that you do that in a very consistent manner. I want to go ahead and check what everybody's up to here in the comments, joining in. Hey, we have 6 viewers. Again, thank you guys very much for hanging out with us. The Mind says, hey. People Republic, Bellagio said, hey. Michael Ryan said, starting a bank requires millions of dollars. Loan-to-deposit ratios, too. Not an option for most, but it's a possibility. It's actually, yeah, it's very, very difficult. Michael says, additionally, very few U.S. states are viable locations for credit. I might be off base here, though. Michael says, I'll shut up now. LOL, I came in late and missed the direction you were going in. I apologize. You're all good. I appreciate it. It is, again, it's a difficult process. We are not trying to connect to banking in any way, and that is not the point of this. The point of this is there are people who have created local currencies. For example, Ithaca. Ithaca, New York, created the Ithaca Hour, which is something that is used as a medium of exchange for people's time. They say time is money, so they used the Ithaca Hour as a way to define a local currency. And it helped local businesses. It helped people to ensure that their money stayed as local as possible, because places like Walmart that are national chains are not going to be as eager to accept the Ithaca Hour as, say, a mom and pop shop. So if you go to a mom and pop shop and you say, hey, I am happy to, get you more customers and loyal customers if you will accept the Ithaca Hour as a means of payment, then people are encouraged to use the Ithaca Hour because they don't have to use their U.S. currency to purchase things at certain locations that they may be able to get by working for you or doing something else. And then what you get, or by buying and selling things as a currency works through. And so as they accumulate this currency, it has to be redistributed back into this local community. And that creates value. That is something that pushes forward an economic market and improves the quality of life of everybody involved. But that being the case, now because of so many institutions coming out and trying to develop their own cryptocurrencies, their own means of money transmission, you have to be able to regulate that. I have no idea how the Ithaca Hour is developed in the last 5 years, so I don't know how they've done their money transmission laws and everything like that. But I do know, and dealt with those regulations, but I do know that for the Empire of Aeternia, developing a similar local currency and hoping to have a similar effect on local businesses and to be able to help people, you have to have that set up. Now, the difficulty is that requires a lot of that upstart cost we just talked about, but the value on the latter end is enormous. This is something that will allow for much greater investments into a micronation and will allow for much more regular trade and business to be established, because you are defining this pool of wealth that people can access and that can use. And again, that's something that should not be confused with lines of credit, and you shouldn't be trying to establish those. You shouldn't be accepting accounts from people, but you can and should be trying to develop something that is a medium of value exchange, which is set up in these money transmission laws. Again, look into it for your local area, but that is something that I think 99% of micronationalists don't even know exists. I have talked to multiple micronations who have said, hey, I'm creating a currency and we've started distributing it already and we've started doing these things. And it's like, oh, have you checked into money transmission laws? And then everybody go, oh, I wasn't aware of that. It was something I wasn't aware of for quite a while. It was something that I had to actually do diligence and research on to figure out for my local area. And I was disappointed because I thought, oh, well, it's just for me. It's not. It's for basically the entire U.S. Again, there's federal law on it and there are state laws on it in almost every state but 2, including the District of Columbia. So this is something that is an insane amount of work. This is something that is truly one of the great filters for micronationalism. They call great filters things that, for example, would stop alien civilizations from developing. There may be something that makes alien civilizations rare in the universe, and they call those great filters. These hypothetical concepts of what might be a difficult step for an organism's evolution to be able to continue to become an intelligent life form like humans are. So that may be why we don't see aliens all over the place all the time. And that being the case, we have to look at great filters for the micronational community. What one of those great filters I think is money transmission laws. They are necessary, but they are very difficult because you have to prove yourself as an established business and as something that is large enough to handle the financial responsibilities of protecting and ensuring a large number of people who are going to be regularly using the currency that you've developed. So this is a big talking point that I have a lot more to say on, but I want to go through a little bit of our comments here. Whitewind says, Ayo, Whitewind back in the house. It's good to see you, Whitewind. I appreciate you joining. Truto says, hello. Whitewind says, I also got COVID, though. Uh-oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Best wishes to the Empire of Whitewind from Aeternia. That's scary, and we've had somebody talk yesterday about how a couple people, I think in Arcovia, not in Arcovia, in Aridelka? In Aristoria, excuse me. A couple of people in Aristoria had gotten COVID as well, so my deepest regrets to them, and I hope everybody is doing okay. Again, guys, please wear your masks, please be safe, please be courteous, and make sure to get those vaccines and those shots, those boosters. Whitewind says, the Royal House of Whitewind is quarantined right now. Good luck. We wish you the best. Michael Ryan put a sad face and said, local currencies are usually comprised of community businesses that offer discounts to those part of the currency. Furthermore, consider Disney dollars. The difference between them and current micronations are clout, branding, popularity, and product. It is difficult to get to that level. Agreed, it's difficult, but that's like any other small business. That's why we actually created this Micronational Economics series, is because there are legitimate economics that are involved in trying to develop this. You are not developing a nation like you would in a video game, where you already have the helm of a pre-established nation, and they're just saying, take the lead, great leader, tell us what we should do with all of these millions and billions of dollars and research and economic machine. You don't have that. You have to start from scratch. You have to, if you are somebody who has been working a 9-to-5 job up until that point, you have to find a way to use that money that you have, if you have any additional to save and invest, to be able to start growing some returnable investments, something that gives you some dividends or some output. In addition, if you are somebody who has not pursued entrepreneurship before, that may be something that comes very early on in your micronational career. There are a lot of people who want to create micronations, and I have always said from the beginning, it is better to join a micronation than to start a micronation, simply because of all of this. Not everybody. A lot of people, and especially a lot of people who watch this channel, say that they are eager to create a real nation that is recognized by other countries around the world. They want a country, a true and legitimate, same as anyone else country. And if that is the case, you have to do it in a way that is cordial, you have to do it in a way that is proper, and you have to do it in a way that is earnest to the people that you are trying to represent. You have to have those people's side. You have to legitimately be taking care of a population of people. And in order to do that, you need things like currency. But in order to do that, you need to have things like pre-established businesses that have regular, a certain threshold of yearly income, for example, or total net worth, to be able to have local governments feel comfortable enough to allow you to start doing things like issuing your own money, which could cause them a lot of legal trouble when all of the citizens of their community are up in arms because your currency fell through and their businesses, small businesses that are going bankrupt because of it. You really have to be careful with this, and you have to know what you're doing. So you need to be working in these small businesses. You need to be developing these things. And it's not something that you can really, it's possible to do it alone. It is not easy or feasible to do it alone. It's not reasonable. So that being the case, you should seek out other people who have knowledge on that. Ultimately, these groups that are going to get to that point are going to be tens of people, 20 people, 30 people, who have legitimate financial incentive to be a part of that nation and to continue to expand that nation. That being the case, it has to be something that is, again, a part of these pre-established businesses that a nation would have. So we have talked about all of this in the Micronational Economics series. We've talked about, you have to start your own economic fuel for your country. You have to have some sort of small business or something that your nation can rely on in order to start hiring people and paying people and have them connected to your currency and your economic marketplace. That all being the way that things develop, it is imperative that that you get one of these licenses if that's something that you're serious about. But it's a step. It is a certain level of seriousness and a certain level of achievement that it takes to get this. So by all means, do not think that most micronations will get this, because they won't. It's a great filter. Even those people who are very serious will struggle to do this because it is just such a tough hill to climb unless you already have the money to do so. White Wind says 5 positive cases in White Wind and 42 are under watch. Oh goodness, please be careful and let us know what the results are. The Mind says city-states are just old micronations. Again, culturally debatable, you know what I mean? Because I feel like micronations are a different thing than... I think there are microstates, and I think that those should be defined differently than micronations. I think micronations are a specifically modern term for this bubble of new nation creation, DIY nation creation that we've seen recently over the last 30, 40 years, something like that. The term microstates, I would say, is better to use for that, because I have heard historians and sociologists and stuff talk about micronations and microstates, and those words being used interchangeably, specifically to mean older civilizations that were just tiny and that just weren't economically or politically significant in their respective areas. Really tiny little areas. And a lot of the time that is understandable because most people don't know about the micronational community, this micronational community, but I would say that for the people inside of it, you shouldn't make that miscommunication worse. We should define micronations as one thing and microstates as another, so that when people learn about micronations, they know how to properly address them and understand what they actually are, as opposed to thinking that you are referring to some civilization that may be, several thousand years old, that you are, that they may be trying to figure out why you're actively supporting a nation that, several thousand years old, that may either currently still exist or something that doesn't exist anymore, as opposed to something that you are creating independently as someone who's already been a part of another established nation. Michael Ryan said, Emperor, perhaps the best currency is each micronation accepting other micronations' currencies that are part of a trading union. Again, that would fall under, a number of things. First off, for the Empire of Aeternia, we specifically are an empire. We are wanting to be expansive. We are wanting to assimilate other micronations into ourselves. And we are wanting to become the Empire of Aeternia. So that being the case, we want our currency to be a standard in the micronational community. We would love for other micronations to use our currency and to adopt our currency once it is of a viable means of trading and has the proper licensing and agreements connected to it. That being the case, that would open up a lot of opportunity for a lot of micronations, because they would have a pre-established currency to connect to. But if a micronational union comes together, and then this micronational union allows all these different nations to contribute their currency and trade their currencies, all of those individual currencies are considered means of value transmission. So under Alabama state law and under the federal law in the US and under, I believe, the laws in the UK and in the European Union, you can't do that. You have to, each individual who is creating a means of value transmission has to have a money transmitter's license, the thing that it is called in the U.S. In other states and in other nations, I believe it's called something similar but a little bit different. They're effectively the same thing though. So yeah, I would say that's difficult. The best case scenario for that would be everybody, supporting one currency, like the euro for the European Union, where all these countries just accept one currency, and that one currency would then have to be controlled by one business, because that one business would be the thing that issues it and would have to have the money transmitter license. That'd be the cheapest way to do it, but even still, I don't think that's reasonable or feasible for micronations, and it also takes a lot of the power out of the nation, so I don't think most micronations would be too keen on that. Again, the Empire of Aeternia specifically wants to be a standard for micronationalism and wants to adopt other nations into it. So we wouldn't be looking to be a part of a union. We would be looking to be the driving force behind that. We would want the imperial note to become an economic standard in that case. Michael Ryan says the Empire of Calypso would be willing to participate. However, there are problems with assessing and verifying value from other nations. White Wind says COVID outbreak 2021 against White Wind equals COVID question mark. Yes. The Mind says never good to declare a pandemic in a micronation because it's normally just 2 people. Agreed. I think that's an interesting way to term it, but I guess that's your whole population. That's your whole population. Whiteland says it's not 2, it's many. It may be 47, and we have 264 people. Oh, goodness. We'll be very careful. And again, please make sure that everybody is practicing proper CDC guidelines. Let me go ahead and pull this stuff up real quick because I want to talk about other countries. So this is for the European Union. This is through the European Banking Authority. Let me show you guys this here. Yep, it's pulled up. European Banking Authority. Register of Payment and Electronic Money Institutions under PSD2. To increase transparency and ensure a high level of consumer protection, European Banking Authority established a central register that contains information about payment and electronic money institutions authorized or registered within the European Union and the European Economic Area countries. So essentially what this says is this is a register for all the different money transmission organizations, basically the, what do they call them? Payment institutions and electronic money institutions. Both of those being essentially things that are creating value transfer, whether that's with a cryptocurrency or an e-currency as they call it, electronic money, or whether that is a physical, actual, transactable currency, like a physical means of value storage. So that being the case, it's saying that here for the European Union, each individual country will have its own laws and its own regulations around who gets licensed, but that there is a mandate under all of the European Union that there is a certain requirement for what those things are, and there's base level requirements for that. I suggest that you look into those, as well as additional requirements that may be defined by each country, but as well that has to be something that's registered not only with that home country, but through the European Union as well. That's a lot of regulation to understand. That's a lot of stuff to be prepared for when trying to do that, even in Europe. And again, we are going to jump over here to the UK. The UK calls it a money transfer license instead of a money transmitter license. If you want to provide payment services such as money transfer in the UK, you will need to obtain a license before you can operate. There are 2 primary licenses that a business can get depending on the kind of services they are providing: the e-money institutions license and the payment institution license. So yeah, again, the UK has 2 different defining characteristics for this. Something that is like an e-money license, which would be something more related to cryptocurrencies, and then they have something that is for like a hard value currency, I think, as the way that I understand it, a payment institution. So this is the difference between like a brick and mortar building versus a, an online directory. So that's a whole nother thing to consider specifically for a lot of the countries in the European Union and for the UK. But it's something that's a bit to think about for a micronation. It's something that the longer that I have been developing Eternia and the longer that we have been working toward our grand plans, the more that we see that becoming a tough battle. It's something that is great because of the benefits that it's going to offer, but it is one of our largest hurdles to overcome, and it's something that I think a lot of micronations running the same race alongside us do not see as an obstacle. And what I am most afraid of is that micronations will really go out and stretch the bar on this and will try to create currencies without the proper regulations, without the proper understanding and connection to governmental authorities that they need to, and that they will all of a sudden be in a position where they're being fined a lot, where they're being discredited and called like scams and things like that, and then that creates distrust in the micronational community, which sucks for our micronation. But as well, it creates a situation where all of these people are then in enormous debt and are having to backpedal really hard and may regret their decision to be a micronationalist or to support micronationalism. And I think that's the wrong message to send out. I think as micronationalists, if you are trying to go out and create your own nation, that nation needs to not only be better than the nation that you come from, and that needs to be your aspiration, the thing that you're trying to do, because why would you create something that's worse and makes life worse for people? So you always want to make sure that your goals and methods are ways to improve something from the previous society that you come from to make things better. But as well, that goes hand in hand with making sure that this is a reasonable, safe, and tested method of development. And that goes into not only this money transmission license, but anything that you are doing with establishing these businesses and these industries for your nation, trying to define something in connection to another micronation. It is all about consistency and proving your value, and that is going to be the hardest to prove to a macronational entity, somebody that is an official institution, something that has defined rules and regulations in place that you have to accommodate every single one perfectly every single time, because if you ever have an issue with your license, if you ever have anybody who's complaining and doesn't have the proper insurance connected, doesn't have the proper method of being reimbursed for their funds and things like that, you will be in severe trouble as an organization, as a business entity, and as a country. So do your best effort, do that due diligence, and look into this. The benefits of this, though, that's something that, again, I kind of hinted at earlier in the stream, and I feel like I haven't done enough to hype up, but I wanted to make sure to discuss every little nitty-gritty detail that I could think of at this moment to get you guys to understand the severity of the situation for a lot of nations, and to then be able to show you the brighter side. But I didn't want to hype everybody up and say, go out there and go make your own currency, and then put you in this situation where you realize how tough it is. So I wanted to give the doom and gloom before I gave the pep talk. But here it is. The benefit for these micronational currencies and trying to do this is that it takes micronations to another level. We talked about this a little bit a minute ago, but ultimately, the more that you are putting into your micronation, the more people who are involved in it and are involved in a larger and larger economic sense. If somebody is supporting your nation every month, maybe doing a transaction here and there, that's cool. If they buy a little bit of your merch or whatever, that's cool. But if they are regularly working in your business, if they are actively purchasing goods regularly from your nation, if they are actively, recycling value, developing value for your nation, that is the point where you are developing a well-oiled machine. That is the point where you are able to start doing things like this money transmitter's license, where you can say, now that I have a means of production, now that I have a way to create value and define value and disperse that value amongst my citizens, I need a way to be able to use that value to expand further. And at that point, you are looking into the money transmitter's license. You are saying, now I can use the value that I have to instill in this transactable medium, and I can use this transactable medium not only in my own nation, but out in the world in connection to macronations, in connection to local communities, in connection to other micronations. But if you don't do it properly, then everybody will be very upset with you when it doesn't work out. So again, it's one of these larger, advanced, this is the crash course advanced micronational economics lecture here, but it is important because you don't want to be caught slipping. You don't want to be put into a situation where you're going to be at fault for anything financially. The other thing that this gives you is, in addition to connection to other micronations and small businesses that would, be able to help fuel the value of your country, is that this also defines something in connection to you as an established institution in the world. The more financial authority you have, the more connection to economic markets you have and to the culture of these different areas that you're in part by just being in the face of people, people knowing your name and people connecting you to something that they trust, like potentially a local currency, it can be incredibly valuable because it makes you familiar. And when you are familiar to a community, you become something that is a lot more easy to invest in. If you saw that this strange business was coming in from out of town that you didn't really know and that you didn't really hear much about, but they were investing a ton of money in your area to develop, a mall or some shopping center or something like that, you would be, if you just thought about it at first glance, you'd be like, I hope they know what they're doing, but I don't know if that's going to work out. It may, but let's see if it's right for this area. But if you heard that some well-established business that you and your parents, whoever, have been around since you've been a kid, you've grown up seeing it in your town, you've always gone there, you've loved it, you've enjoyed it, and then you see that company is making an expansion. Hey, you used to love, there's a local, well, I won't get into all that, but if there's a local favorite of yours that then is expanding, that company is going to get a lot more support because people already know they like it. They may even get, angel investors, people who are happy to come in and just put the money down for them to do that investment and that growth because they know it will be profitable in the community. It's already been something that's defined on a small scale, and it also may be eligible for governmental loans, small business loans, things like that, because it's so pre-established, because people know it, it has a reputation, and it is ready to go for this large-scale growth. And that's what we're looking at now. The Empire of Aeternia is starting to make moves like that. We're starting to plan and figure these things out, knowing that these are 10, 15 steps away from where we are today, but knowing that every day we take steps faster and faster, that things get larger and larger for us, that we are pushing momentum forward, and that momentum is the thing that is going to be able to help us craft the stable institutions that we need in order to be an advanced micronation, in order to be a community that is well trusted and well established locally. So, a lot of stuff. Okay. So, Legend says, what's your position on Aeternia? I didn't know there was a civil war in Aeternia. I don't know much about that. I saw that there was some stuff is around. I saw that some of that stuff was defined in the chat, but I want to keep on this topic because I think this is important. Republic of Aeternia says, nice, 66 francs of my currency are in circulation. I would tell you if that is the case, again, be very careful because that can be an issue. You know what I mean? The countries that this works around and develops around take it very seriously. Your 66 francs may not be a lot, but if people start bringing that to other places and showing it to people and using it for other things, that's technically, that may be illegal where you at, or where you are establishing your currency. So please look into that. Please talk to, if you have a financial advisor, talk to them. If if you're somebody who's underage, talk to your parents, let them know what you're doing. Explain to them the situation with all this, because it's a legitimate thing. Again, 66 francs may not be something that a government would bat an eye at, but whenever it starts to get into hundreds, it may be something to consider, and that's not too far away from where you are, it sounds like. So I would very seriously consider starting to think about if this is the route that you want to go down, because that means that if you already have a currency established, you have to stop production of that. When you go to establish this license, you can't already have a currency that's been out in circulation, because then it's proof of you breaking the law. You'd have to shut down your currency. You'd have to establish some means of showing this is to be a brand new thing, and then reestablishing that. Again, I'm not a lawyer. I would recommend that you go and talk to a legal advisor about this, and a financial advisor as well. But I think that this is something that is really important to think about as you develop your nation, because you think, well, 66 francs, that's not really going to, cause too many problems for me. It's just a little bit of money, and it's just around me and some friends, but you don't know how that will look down the road if you are trying to actually develop this to a large scale thing, and you don't know if it'll come back to bite you. So I'd say be very careful. Okay. We've got some other stuff. White Wind says, when is the next Micronational Risk Tournament? Coming up soon. We may do one in December, so look out. It's getting closer. I haven't announced anything because I haven't set an official date yet, but it is getting closer. We're either going to do one in December or January. So we are gearing up, but I want to make it bigger and better than ever. We already have a lot of stuff that we used in the last tournament that's going to help in the next one, but there's some more stuff that I want to add. So stay with us on it. Utreya said, we have a printing cap of 25 francs per month to keep inflation down. Yeah, if you're sending out 25 francs per month, you will eventually run into a place, not even eventually, pretty quickly, where you are distributing enough money that you can face legal penalties, financial penalties, because of what you're doing. I would recommend you be very careful. Republic of Utreya says, we might have a civil war soon due to one of our colonies. Good luck. The Mind says, micronational colonies. Legend says, how do you handle conflict? Who are you referring to, Legend? Everybody's saying, oh gosh. Republic of Utreya says, one in Trinidad and Tobago and the other in Canada. I'm located in Canada. White One says, I claim Puerto Rico. You can't claim all of Puerto Rico. What are you talking about? Legend says, how might you start a micronation currency? That's what we're talking about today. Again, as I said in the beginning of the stream, if you are interested in learning about how to design your own currency, we have other videos on that, and I recommend you checking them out. If you're thinking about, how to set up your system as far as what your currency is going to be backed on, whether it's, primarily a barter system, whether it's, a free market system, what kind of economic system you're wanting to establish, that's also in another video. This video is an advanced micronational economics video, and we are talking specifically about the licensing that you need to get started actually distributing a currency. You can design whatever kind of currency you want, but that is very different from actually using it to pay for goods and services out in the world. If you and your friends start transacting things, paying each other for your labor, if you start trading items for this, then it becomes a medium of value, a medium that value has been stored in. And that is something that is regulated under the law, and it has harsh, expensive penalties for breaking, as well as can prevent you from, by law, prevent you from further establishing that currency ever. So be very, very careful with what you're doing. White Wind says, I just watched it. Hey, nice. For like the 90th time. Hey, very cool. Belagia says, we have a currency but will not let it into circulation. um, until we have looked into UK law and got a license, which is why all notes are prototypes. That's very smart. Again, that's very similar to what we do here in the Empire of Aeternia. Again, we have our notes for sale on the imperial market, but they are simply as ways to support our nation and to support our growth. They are not a transactable medium. You know, we sell them to people for U.S. currency, but they cannot exchange them back to us for any good or service. It's not something that is in, as they call it, as you well put, circulation. So that's something that, again, we are having to be very careful about and approach in a very dedicated way. I think it's very smart for you to say, we have designed all of these things, and that's perfectly fine. You should be planning and designing and figuring out how you want your economic system to go, how you want your currency to go, but you should not ever just go ahead and start doing it, and that's what I'm trying to warn people about. If you already have a currency established and in circulation, you probably need to stop, because if you don't have a money transmitter's license or the equivalent, it will become very expensive for you very, very quickly. Again, like I said, in the UK, not only do you have to have the initial licensing fees, which can be anywhere from £500, I think, to like £3,000, and that's just for initial licensing. Like, you could still get denied for your license and pay all that money. That's just the initial like application, getting things started fees. And then on top of, depending on how big your business is, and then on top of that, you are also having to deal with this value, this 35,000 euro value that you have to be estimated at, and that means the value of your assets minus your debts. So if, for example, you are paying payments on the land that you have, if you don't own it outright already and you are making payments, that's a debt. That's not an asset at that point. So they wouldn't count whatever is in debt. You know, you would own the land, but whatever the amount that is left over on the land, if you've purchased it and you're making payments on it, that would be excluded from the amount of your value. So if you own, 30,000 euros worth of land, and you've only paid 10,000 euros on it, you may only be valued at 10,000 euros or even less, depending on how the laws and regulations there work in the country that you're trying to do it in. So that's difficult. That's very difficult. 35,000 euro value minimum. And again, that's starting things out. You also have to get that surety bond, which will ensure the people who are using your currency. There is a lot involved. So I commend Bellagio for doing that. A tip of the hat to you. And know that it is something that people aren't talking about. There's not enough discussion on it regularly. That's something that I want to change here, and that's why I hope to establish the imperial note in that system as quickly as possible, because as soon as we can do that, we can start to teach you guys, hey, this is how we did this step by step. This is the reasoning that we went through for going about it this way. This is how we are able to use it now. These are the benefits. These are the things we didn't realize when we got into it. This is what our actual lawyers and financial advisors say. All because it's a large step. It's a large step for a micronation. I think if there are any micronations that have done this ever, it is less than a handful, I'm certain. And micronations meaning the modern sense of the term, not microstates, not city-states, people who are trying to develop their own country in the modern world from scratch. That is something that I don't think very many, if any, micronations have successfully achieved and done. Because it's hard, because it's expensive, because it's a whole new industry. It's a financial industry, and it is one of the most expensive to get into. So that all being said, please do your due diligence in your country to understand. If you are creating a nation and you're serious about it, then you need to understand that other people, including macronational entities, including local authorities, are going to take that seriously, as seriously as you. They may not call you a country, but they will certainly look into what you are doing financially, and they will look into how you are developing. and you have to make sure that you're doing that all above board and all professionally. Because if you have a clean record and you're doing things well and you have a positive connection to the community, that's a huge plus for your nation. That defines you as stable. That defines you as a part of the community. But if there's any slip up, that tarnishes a record really, really easily. So be careful. Josephina says, Eternal Hails AP. It's been a while. Good to see you. Good to see you, Josephina. I haven't seen you in a while as well. It's good to see you. I know you've changed your icon, your user symbol or whatever. It used to be different. It's good to see you though. I missed you. White One says, my mind read Pina as Stalin. Oh goodness. Josephina says, why? White One says, I watch too much history. Interesting. The Mind says, Empire of Aeternia, scroll up and look at what I asked about the adopting nations thing, please. Sure, I will. White Wind says, how much micronations adopted the Eternian note? Because I know we have. Yeah, that's true. The Empire of White Wind is actually the first nation to adopt the imperial note as their currency. And again, that's something that cannot be transacted right now. And I appreciate White Wind for their interest and for developing that. That's something that they can actually purchase and hold on to themselves, but it is not something that is transactable yet. So that's a huge investment on their part to be able to say, hey, we know that this isn't something transactable yet, but it may well be in the future. So we are trying to get in on that early and trying to set this up such that once it is, we have an immediate market to open up to. We have immediate large-scale boosts on that. So that's something to consider very eagerly. Real quick, let me go up and read from the comments that somebody asked a minute ago. Okay, and looking at the Minds asked, so I see where you said, hey, the Minds. I see where you said city-states are just old micronations and never good to declare a pandemic for 2 people. Then you said bye. Came back, said micronational colonies. Oh, gosh. Yeah, I'm still confused. The Minds, what did you say about that? Can you please just repeat it? I don't think I can find it in the comments right now. White Wind says, Francisco says, Republic of Yaria is adopting Eternian notes. They will circulate together with Yaran microcredits. That's very cool, and we appreciate it. Again, please look very carefully into laws and everything around that. Because again, that is like a money transmission thing. So if you do have that, that's great. However, again, please don't circulate Eternian notes right now because we're not doing that. They are not a means of value storage as of right now. We are having them as a way to promote the Empire of Aeternia and help to invest in what we're doing, to help us get things like this money transmission license. So if you would like to purchase some, they are on our Etsy. But that being the case, they aren't actually transactable yet. They aren't something that can be circulated. Once we have that money transmitter's license, we will be able to slowly start rolling out that transmission of our money, that getting our money into circulation. But we'll have to do it in a very specific way, and we'll have to make sure that we're doing it in a way that is complying with the rules and regulations that we're under once we get that license. So a lot to think about, and we would love these nations to adopt that. Yara, we would love that. I think that would help your nation out a lot, and I'm certain that it would help our currency out a lot. Again, the same thing with White Wind. All of these nations who may even consider having the imperial note as a part of their economic system is a huge deal, and hopefully it will allow for some quick returns for them. But that being the case, as of right now, it is not a transactable medium, and that's something that we're hoping to change in the future. But if you want to invest in that right now, you want to support us, you can always do so through our imperial market. Purchase something. It'll get you on the aristocrat board. Those are people who have invested in our currency. In the imperial note, I should say, but it again, it has not been something that we are able to circulate because we need that money transmitter's license. Also, we have 7 viewers. Thank you, guys. If anybody's come in more recently, please like the video. It helps a lot. And it helps us to keep that watch time up. It helps to keep new people in the conversation. Bellagio says, we may look into investing in Eternia notes so when it becomes a currency, we can use it. Absolutely. And that's kind of what we want. We have designed the Empire of Aeternia to be the first, on the front lines of micronationalism. We really want to push the boundary with micronationalism, and we want to become a standard for it. So if you choose to adopt the Eternian note, and that's something that we develop and are eventually able to circulate, the idea is that people can use that can just be the primary currency of a nation, and that they can use that to have this open market that they can allow regular transactions with. So that, for example, we create something on our website, you have your imperial notes that you've purchased, and you can actually get things from our site, hopefully. In addition, being able to do things with our local businesses as well, and when we establish connections to other micronations and their local industries as well, we can have that be able to be exchanged as well. So once a micronation adopts our currency, they as a nation will benefit because they have a market to use that currency in. But in addition, they would be able to expand their abilities because they could potentially get local businesses in their area to adopt using the Eternian note, which would again give those businesses this entire pool of people who are supporting it, and also gives the currency more value because there are more places that people can spend their currency and actually get it into circulation. So that's huge for us. That is a big investment with big payoffs, but it will be something that is a years-long process for us. And it's something we're dedicated to. It's something we want to get right the first time, but it is something that will take a lot of understanding and a lot of legal research, legitimate legal research by professionals who are more deserving of that credit and more deserving of their degrees than I am in speaking on any financial or legal matter. So always go with what a lawyer says, always go with what a financial advisor says. I am neither of those, but this is how the Empire of Aeternia is trying to move forward with the limited legal knowledge that we have been given from other experts, and with the amount that we have done personal research based on our local area about these laws. So every micronation, especially U.S. micronations, I know there are a ton of you out there, and I know y'all are trying to just jump on stuff and make stuff and do stuff. You got to get that license. You gotta grit and get that license. Same thing with you UK micronations. Okay. The mind says, by adopting nations, do you mean just fully making them a part of Eternia or like a vassal state? Oh, that's perfect. So I did say adopting micronations. I believe I said it previously as well in a different way, but I'll phrase it like this. I think it's similar to how I phrased it earlier. Assimilate. So we want to adopt those nations, but we want to assimilate them. We want them to become a part of the Empire of Aeternia. The Empire of Aeternia should be a homogenous thing. We are not looking to be like vassal states where it's like, oh, your nation still has its own king or its own president and its own systems and its own way, and then it just kind of is like a collective member of the Empire of Aeternia. When a nation becomes a part of the Empire of Aeternia, it may become a territory within the Empire of Aeternia, meaning the leader of that nation could become an official representing the emperor and the empire in that area, that territory of the empire. But we would ultimately own that nation. That nation would then become 100% a part of the Empire of Aeternia. It would maybe keep the same name, but it would adopt the flag of the Empire of Aeternia. It would adopt our currency. We may even directly purchase the land that they own because we would want it to be completely under our control. That's the idea behind the Empire of Aeternia. We are trying to create a nation. We are trying to push forward the bounds of micronationalism, and we want to help micronations. But our premise and our point in micronationalism has always been to say that it is better to support another micronation than to create your own. And a lot of the things that we are doing, we are able to push forward new grounds in micronationalism because people are supporting us and because They have adopted our micronation as theirs. That's what's important to us. There are going to be plenty of nations who we still have alliances with and trade deals with that will never become a part of the Empire of Aeternia, but we are always looking for that to be the case. And there are plenty of benefits to that as well. There are plenty of micronations who have amazing ideas. There are leaders in the micronational community who are changing the way that governments are designed, who are changing the way that economic systems work, who are changing the way that interpersonal interactions in communities work. There are people with wonderful, amazing ideas that can push forward the future of humanity in this community. But plenty of those people won't get the opportunity to really have their thoughts heard because they're smothered by 1,000 other micronations who claim to be doing the same things and claim to have all the right, motives and ideologies and stuff, but end up falling flat. And when you get mixed into that crowd and it's hard to differentiate you, it's hard to get anything good out, even if you have good ideas and the right intentions. So it's better to be a part of an empire that is very well known and that you can make a lot of progress in and that you can have financial benefits from, that, a regularly paying job, a high paying job, potentially have your own land, potentially control your own area of land as the leader of a territory in the Empire of Aeternia, as a lord in the Empire of Aeternia. But that is something that is internal to Aeternia. That's something that we would want you to become a part of Aeternia. You can still have your macronational citizenship. You can live wherever you would like to within the world, but you would have to be connected to and loyal to the Empire of Aeternia. And that's how we've developed, that's how we're establishing, and that is our method for success. So we're going to be continuing that, and I think it's going to be something that pays off well because like I said, there are a lot of people who have their own ideas about how they want to run things and how they want things to develop, and those things can be very well implemented into the Empire of Aeternia. The Empire of Aeternia, even though it is homogenous, is in no way set in its ways. The Empire of Aeternia is actively looking for people with ideas to come in and make changes and make improvements to the way that we do things, the way that we live life, the way that we establish ourselves and move forward, because we don't know everything, but we are trying. And the more smart people that we get to be a part of us, the more people that we get to say, you know what, I support micronationalism, but I support Aeternia. It is going to change the paradigm of what a micronation is. When you get a lot of people together who are all pushing for the exact same cause and who all have very inventive ways of changing, developing, and improving the efficiency of how we move forward, it's a completely different ballgame. So I am very excited for that. I know we've already been in talks with, throughout our history as a micronation, a number of prominent micronationalists who have considered joining us, who have joined us for some time, and now we are continuing forward with that. So again, we are establishing ourselves in our local community right now as well, but the micronational community is something that we are very, very eager to tap into and to continue to grow from, because you all know micronations. You all know how to move this forward. You all have these ideas that you've been working on for years, and they deserve to be seen. They deserve to be shown for the positive forces that they are, and we would love to incorporate them into our society. Josephina says, my Discord server has a coming podcast called Truth and Reason where I interview people. Very cool. Bellagio says, plus starting a currency is pricey, so we have not decided to do it even the next 5 years. Again, we will not use it as a currency yet, and this is not confirmed, but we will look into it. Agreed. I recommend you do. It's a big process. Josephina says, in their ideology and their opinion on the world, Truth and Reason also has me expressing my opinion. Very cool. Bellagio said, is there a way to temporarily join Aeternia as a state? We do not want to become 100% Aeternian, but we want to join as some sort of temporary protectorate. No, that's not how it works. Bellagio says, we have been thinking it through for a while, but do not know if it's a thing. It's not a thing. So the Empire of Aeternia, again, the reason I'm developing the Empire of Aeternia is because I'm building a place for my family. I'm building something that I want to live on for the rest of my life. I'm building a community and a network of people who I want to be able to protect and provide for their families for the rest of their lives. I want this to be something that once it is established, as it is being developed currently, it is something that can be taken over and has a well thought out plan once I die. So we want people who only want to be permanent parts of the Empire of Aeternia. That doesn't mean you have to keep your citizenship forever. If you're someone who is a citizen, that's a citizenship at will. At any point, you can up and decide to leave, and that's perfectly fine. But for states, we don't do that. If we have a territory, we want to own the land of that territory, and then we allow our citizens to run it and work on it and live it and develop it for us. But in no way, shape, or form can any territory come in that is not owned by the Empire of Aeternia, because at any point that person could say, well, we've thought about it and now we've decided we're ready to leave and continue to develop our own nation independently. Thank you so much for all of the resources and time and effort that you put into expanding our nation and developing it and investing in it. Now we're going to leave. I want every single part of the Empire of Aeternia that develops to stay a part of the Empire of Aeternia legally, and also with regard to population. So everybody who is a part of the Empire of Aeternia may not always be a part of the Empire of Aeternia, but every single part as a territory, as a physical landmass, as a collection of assets, of valuable assets, will stay internal to the Empire of Aeternia. Once you become a part of the Empire of Aeternia, as a collection of resources, as a legal entity, we don't want exiting. Again, citizenship is different. Any individual can make their own decision to stay or leave at any point, but when it comes to property, when it comes to expensive equipment, that is something that we want to have direct ownership and control of. It's not something where we're looking for other micronations to just come and hang out and participate. It's something that we are actively driving forward. We have everybody who is working with us and connected to the Empire of Aeternia as a citizen trying to develop something very specific for our nation. And if they're not, they don't stay citizens very long. Because it's a group effort. We're all in this together. We're all pushing for the same goal, and if everybody's not pushing hard, it doesn't work. So I know I'm putting my everyday into this. I'm putting, significant amount of my own personal money into this. So we don't take it lightly, not at all. If you join the Empire of Aeternia, it's for a serious reason. Manu says, I was always interested in figuring out how to use a created currency, but I understand that I won't have that kind of opportunity yet. So right now it's just a brainstorm. Absolutely. And again, this isn't to discourage anyone from pursuing it. It's just necessary to understand what it is that you're doing, why it is that you're doing it. Because it's hard. It's very, very hard to be able to establish yourself as a nation, with a currency and something that can extend beyond, very, very small amounts of value, because technically anything that you are, in most legal instances, from what I have read, any transacting of a medium of value, of something that has stored value, is not allowed unless you have that sort of license. So it's definitely something to consider. And I appreciate you guys considering it and talking through it with me, because I'm still learning this process. We're still developing it. I've been looking into this for about a year now, but it's something that I always will be learning more about up until the point where we get the license. And I'm sure even after that, there will be better ways to do it. There will be quicker ways to do it. There will be things that we'll have learned that we can pass on to you. But until then, we are having to do just like everyone else and learn about it. So I wanted to bring this up to you guys because it's a legitimate concern. It's something that you cannot be a fair micronationalist and someone who is legitimately seeking to create a nation and not talk to people about and not show them the difficult roadmap that takes. If you're on a journey to get a treasure chest from some hidden cave and you have to walk through treacherous mountains, it's not fair to not mention to the people who are signing up for the journey that there's these treacherous mountains there that you're going to have to cross. In this case, those are some of our mountains. We are going to have to cross them. We're going to have to get through them. And it's not going to be easy. And I need to tell you all on the outset about that, because it's a part of what we're doing. It's a part of who we are, and it's a part of what's going to make us what we want to be on the other side of this journey. So we're continuing to push it every single day, but it's not something that's going to come easy for us. And this is one of those proving ground moments, one of those great filters. Also, we have 9 viewers. Thank you guys so much. Again, please hit the like button on the video. It helps the video to blow up, and it helps more people to come on stream and talk to us about crazy stuff. We heard about people's podcasts. A lot of stuff happening. The other thing I saw on our YouTube the other day, I looked at our analytics, like 72% of the watch time that we got in the last 28 days was from people not subscribed to us. So if you can hit that subscribe button, turn on those notifications, because sometimes the algorithm hates us, it would mean a lot. As well, it just helps to drive up these streams. So if you have learned anything about creating your own money today, if you've learned anything about cryptocurrencies, this doesn't just apply to micronationalists. This applies to a lot of people all around the world who are interested in cryptocurrencies, who are interested in developing their own local currencies, who have been doing this potentially for years, may already have businesses established, may already have investors lined up, and who don't know about this yet. So I'm trying to shake people and say, please understand what I just had to figure out and what I had to learn the hard way, and smack myself into realizing, oh, before I do all this, I better make sure I have my proper licensing in order. So it's important, and I hope you all have gained some benefit from that. Ooh, a number of things. Charlotte Masterson, it's good to see you. I don't think I have seen you before. Well, ooh, yes, I have. Yeah, I remember your icon. Okay. Francisco says, is there an inflation calculator for Eternia notes? There is not. So I say there's not. There is technically. The Eternia note is pegged to the U.S. dollar, so the inflation rate of the U.S. dollar will be the inflation rate of the Eternia note for some time to come. Again, that's that may not be always, but the way that we have to pay taxes, the way that we go about developing our currency, and because it's not in circulation yet, so it's not even officially a currency, it is, it's what our nation identifies culturally as its currency, but we do not circulate it. It is a way to assist us in investment and in growing our nation right now. So that being the case, we let me see. We have an inflation rate, but it's not our own independent inflation rate that's based on the economics of the Empire of Aeternia as a closed system. It is viewed based on the open system that is the U.S. dollar, and then our connection to the U.S. dollar. I hope that answers your question. Also, 10 viewers. Holy shnikes, guys. I appreciate it. Again, please like the video. Please subscribe. Hit that notification bell. Because like I said, 72% of our watch time hours recently, or 72% of the people who gave us watch time hours recently were not subscribed. So if you guys can subscribe, it blows the channel up that much more. Okay. The Mind says, does Eternia have a set of laws we can view? We have the Guide of Foundation and Principles. It's on our website. I recommend you check it out. I can actually show you that. That is a great question. Okay, so my camera just jumped off on me. That means my battery's dead. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show you guys this real quick on my screen, and then I'm going to jump onto my webcam. It's a significantly lower quality, but it'll work for a little bit, and I can charge my nice camera battery in the meantime. Let me go ahead and go to our website. So you can actually type in the Empire of Aeternia on Google. The Empire of Aeternia. You can Google the Empire of Aeternia, and it's the second link. So first one that comes up is our micro wiki. The second one that comes up is our website. It's our Wix site, and this is it. Welcome to the Empire. Now, if you go all the way down, you can actually see here, we have, again, our YouTube, our contact info, but at the About Us section, you can see here that we have the Guide of Foundation and Principles. The Empire of Aeternia is a thriving micronation that aims to invite individuals from all over the world to join a growing community that strives to come together and achieve greatness through our support of each other. Okay. To learn more, please view our Guide of Foundation and Principles. So you can click that link, and boom, there's our Guide of Foundation and Principles. This is the current version of it. We will be actually coming out with an update not too soon, not too long, but this is the equivalent to our Constitution. This explains the laws and the, not the laws, this explains the foundation and the principles for the Empire of Aeternia. So the reason that we were founded, as well as the morals and ethics that we base our institutions on. So if you've wondered how the Eternian government is structured, if you've wondered about some of our efforts and the reasons that we're doing things, that is connected all to this guided foundation and principles. It also instructs things like our prestige system, which connects a lot of our licensing. So when people are trying to play in the micronational risk tournaments, they need a sovereignty license, and that sovereignty license connects to our imperial market and stuff like that. That's all detailed and explained in there, as well as citizenship licenses and stuff like that. So if you want to know more about us, that's what you should check out. Again, it's not like a list of laws. It's not a law book, because Eternia doesn't really have official laws. It is more so my rule as the emperor that determines what happens. As we get larger, we will of course need more defined written laws, but for the moment we have been very flexible because of my control over the empire, as well as our very uncertain size. You know, sometimes we have 10 people who are actively working, sometimes it's just me. So as we continue to develop and as we continue to grow to more stable population numbers, we will of course have more defined laws to protect and support the people who are a part of Eternia, to keep everybody on the same page. But until then, we will be continuing with our guided foundation and principles, which defines the legal structure of the Empire of Aeternia, how it's set up, why it's set up that way, and what avenues people have to access opportunity in our nation. And you can learn more about that there. So again, that's a PDF that's on our website down at the bottom in the About Us section. We have 13 viewers. Thank you guys for blowing us up in the chat. You guys are killing it. Also, again, please like. It means a lot. The Mind says, even though I know you can't really enforce them, but still good to have some. Again, we don't have laws, and that's part of the reason is because, any law, you can establish any law that's already like a macronational law. Like we can have a law against murder, but that's enforced by the local authorities in the U.S. It's not enforced by an Eternian guard or anything like that. And because we don't have a police force as well, it's not really necessary for us to have a ton of laws. My rule is essentially we define things that are requirements of Eternian citizens to maintain their citizenship and stuff like that, but everything else is up to my will. So who is a citizen of the Empire of Aeternia, what methods we are going to develop and to move forward at any given time is all based on my approval and my word. So Charlotte Masterson says, Yuza is working on a decentralized barter-based system for currency. Do you think that would work? Charlotte Masterson, yes, 100% that would work. I recommend that you look into our video. I can actually pull it up for you real quick on our YouTube channel, and it would help a lot with our watch time as well if you guys check it out after this one. Again, hang out for the rest of this stream, but when you get ready and you are have some extra time on your hands, we actually have a Micronational Economics video all about that. So Micronational Economics, currency system. Here it is. Choosing a currency system. I can actually probably drop that in the comments for you. But let me go ahead and pause this. It's Micronational Economics Part 3. Here it is. It's a little bit silly, but it is. It talks about barter systems. It talks about different types of systems that you can develop a micronation under. So it's called How to Choose a Currency System, Micronational Economics Part 3. If you type in Micronational Economics Part 3 or How to Choose a Currency or something like that, you will more than likely find it. Just in case, I'm going to go ahead and throw this in the comments for you, though. Let me see if I can get this. Yep, so there's that video link. Again, if you guys want to check that out after the stream, it would mean a lot. And hopefully that will help you. Hopefully that'll help you get on the right path. Let me go ahead and jump back to our website and kind of to our guide of foundation and principles, so I can show you that. And again, here's our aristocrat board, all the people who have adopted and supported our currency. And I want to give a shout out to them, especially our number one aristocrat, our first aristocrat, Richard Taylor. So the Mind says, message retracted. Whitewind says, well, what if you stand as a protectorate but do not focus on asking for resources? Basically what I'm trying to say is that they're just given protection and no resources and food. But that's not the way that the Empire of Aeternia works, Whitewind. We don't protect other countries. Like, we just don't do that. The Empire of Aeternia, first off, doesn't have any standing military or army. We don't have any defense force for ourselves. We rely on macronational authorities to handle any legal issues that we have. You know, any protection that we need, either from foreign invasion or from violent members of our community or anything like that, any inciting incidences, that is all taken care of via the taxes that we have to pay to the U.S. government. So we have already taken care of that in that terms. We don't therefore offer any protection. You know, we don't have a micronational military to go and stand at your border or whatever and protect you. And I don't think you would need that protection, to be honest, anyway. We are a legitimate nation trying to establish things based solely on the necessity that it dictates. The size that we are at will define certain necessities that we need from our nation, but until then, we're not going to overexert ourselves. If you want to become a part of the Empire of Aeternia, you would have to become a full part of the Empire of Aeternia as an individual, and support us entirely. It's not something that you can have another micronational. That's why we developed the rule that you cannot have another micronational citizenship as a citizen of the Empire of Aeternia. And in order to become a territory in the Empire of Aeternia, citizens have to develop a territory in the Empire. So we have to choose a citizen to be the lord of that territory, and we have to have citizens who are delegated under them to support that infrastructure. Our movement is one that is very much economic. So when we develop territories, we will be developing them specifically as investments to produce resources for us and continue to grow our economy and our economic power. So that being the case, we need territories that will be specifically based around that economic output. So we don't establish any sort of protectorates or anything like that. We have 100% territories that are completely owned by the Empire of Aeternia, run by citizens of the Empire of Aeternia. Balagia says, Balagia's issue is we cannot give up our sovereignty. It may sound bad, but yeah, Balagia has a serious patriotism. Could we look into an alliance, though? You certainly can. Again, Aristoria, I still need to look into their alliance application. There are a number of alliance applications we have to go through still, but please do. We have our alliance application actually here on the website. You can go to, let me see. You can go to Alliances, the Alliances tab, which is right here. I'll zoom in a little bit for you guys. In the upper right-hand corner of our site, in the Search tab, you can actually go to Alliances. And then we have Looking to Become Allies right there. And you can go there to the proposal form, and it brings you to this Google Doc, which you can fill out to do an alliance application. Again, as you can see, we have 102 responses. We have emailed a good number of those people, but I think there's still probably like in the 40s of nations we have not responded to yet. So we actively need to develop that. We're looking to do so, but at the same time, it's primarily me who is looking over all of these requests and trying to respond to them. So know that this will take some time and that we are continuing to push forward for that. But that's a great question, Balagia. And again, that depends on, the economic resources that your nation brings to the table and what our nation can bring to the table to support your nation. It has to be a solid trade agreement between both of our nations to develop an alliance. Windingo says, been a while. It has. It's good to see you. How are you? Francisco says, microcredits are actually being used as a somewhat of a local currency because the Serbian dinar is inflated. Ooh, tell me more about that. Also, that's cool. Again, I would make sure you do your research though before you do too much with your currency. Wendigo says, did you get a new camera? Your camera quality is way higher, but your frames per second are really low and voice is out of sync from your face. I appreciate that. Yes, so we did. I've actually had this camera for a while. It's what I record all of my edited videos on. But the issue is it has to be connected to my computer via a little cord. And because of that, that's what I believe creates the frame rate issue, where we have not the I don't know if it's frame dragging or what, but it's the the issue where our audio doesn't sync up, the syncing issues that we have. So I am gonna actually switch out right now to my webcam, but yes, that's something that we've been actively trying to figure out improvements for. But you're right, the high quality is so valuable to us. It's so cool that we have such a high quality camera to use, that once I figured out how to do it for the streams, I definitely wanted to use it. So again, apologies guys if things are out of sync when I use my high quality camera. I'm about to go to my low quality one, and you guys will see my webcam, and you guys will see what a drastic difference that is. Give me 1 second, guys. I will be right back. I'm going to plug this in and grab my webcam. I have done it. I have successfully grabbed my web-based camera, and I am setting it up. Thank you guys for keeping that 8 viewers strong for us. That means a lot. Let me go ahead and pull up our webcam real quick, and we will get to some more discussion. Let me go to my cam setup. Let me change my input capture. There we go. And this is going to look weird because I had my computer set really low here, but let me see if I can't turn things and have it set up a little bit better. So we're going to activate, I'm going to throw things up onto the screen for you guys. Hey, there we go. Yep, a lot different looking now. Again, it's not terrible, but it's definitely a change in quality, you can tell. I'm going to set it back up so we can have the flag back in the background and stuff again. But real quick, let me go ahead and read some comments because I know there's some people antsy for me to get through some of them. But Charlotte, I hope that helps you, that video link. Bellagio said, Bellagio's issue is we cannot give up our sovereignty. Yep, that makes sense. And there's a lot of micronations that don't want to. Again, I highly recommend every single time. It's easier to join a micronation than to start your own, so I still recommend people join, but I understand people's hesitance. Francisco says microcredits are actually being used. Yep. Did you get a new camera? Yeah, okay, we're caught up there. Bellagio says People's Republic of Bellagio, you can write an application on their website. Thank you, Francisco. That means a lot. And again, we still have to get to some, I'm sure, like yours potentially. White One says, okay, that question was answered. Arcovia says, great video, well explained. Thank you very much, King Carmente. As well, I wish you condolences in what you're going through right now. And I know, again, we are excited to continue talks with your nation. The Kingdom of Arcovia is a nation that we've actually been discussing trade agreements and things like that with. There will be more official news to come out about that very soon, but until then, I I just want you guys to know that they are very cool and that we will be doing more with them in the future. So again, I wish you well, King Carmente. Carminante, excuse me. Francisco says microcredits are used as currency. It can be seen in supermarkets and markets. Problem is that microcredits can be counterfeited very easily. Do you have any idea of how to make security features? So you can develop security features for a physical currency using, there's like laser processes for that. There's like inscription processes. There are like RFID things you can do. But ultimately, I think you shouldn't be trying to place a ton of security features on a currency. You should use the currency to access someone's connection to an established amount that they have. So if you connect that physical system that you have to a digital system, so for example, if you purchase so many microcredits, that you have to purchase those directly from the source of microcredits, and anytime you do a transaction in microcredits, that transaction has to be accounted for within the digital system that these credits are defined in. So when you have a record of owning 5 microcredits, and then you give that 5 microcredits to someone else, in order for that person to actually be able to use those 5 microcredits, that transaction has to be established in the record for that microcredit system. And that's how Aeternia is going to be pursuing our development of our currency once we get our money transmission license and once we are able to circulate a means of value storage. Now a value medium, essentially. The importance with that is saying that we are trying to develop something that has this accountability record so that it's not really falsifiable. You would have to fraudulently steal someone's identity and claim to be someone who you're not, who is a part of the system already and who has access to those credits, in addition to imperial notes in this example, in addition to having some counterfeit imperial notes to make some sort of counterfeit operation work, which still isn't really counterfeiting. It's stealing the proper value that somebody would have in established as a record with our government, and would instead be connecting that to connecting that to an account that they have. So it would be fraud, but it wouldn't be the same sort of counterfeiting in a traditional sense. It pretty much eliminates that. Let's see. So that's a great question. Again, there are companies out there that can create really extensive security features for a paper currency or plastic currency or whatever. But again, that's not the route that I recommend. It's quite an expensive route, and it's also something that can be accomplished, I believe, in more simple means. But we will be talking about that more in the future. For that specific goodness gracious, for that specific area of interest, we can cover a whole nother micronational economics talk on that. Real quick, let me see if I can prop my computer up a little bit higher for you guys, give you a slightly nicer view, and we will keep on talking. Hello, everybody. Okay, so again, not perfect, but a little bit better. You can see our beautiful Eternian flag in the background. We have kind of the proper setup now. I'm still going to hunch over a little bit to kind of talk about some of this stuff, but it's just so that I can see the screen better. Okay, so Arcovia says, we use polymer paper, hidden symbols in our banknotes with invisible ink, only visible under UV light, and also use holographic stripes, 3D embossed seal, again with invisible ink. Um, Francisco says polymer, it cannot be destroyed. Kingdom of Arcovia says can be, but very hard and expensive. And Francisco said thank you. Yeah, and again, you can go through those measures and those steps, but it's expensive to make that, and I don't think it's necessary. I do not think it's reasonable to do that because it is so much easier and so much cheaper, especially with the digital age, to just have records and accounts of who is associated with your currency, who has any amount of your currency at any given time, used to be an impossible task to account for. You would have to have ledgers and ledgers and ledgers of people in every single city and every single business that ever took and transacted with your currency. But in the modern age, that's as simple as just developing an app and keeping, again, a record. So that's not difficult, it's not hard, it's something that can be accessed easily, and it's something that is perfectly fine for micronations to establish once they establish those things that are proper to come first, such as a money transmitter's license. I just don't think you need crazy, super secure paper. It's not reasonable, and it's not valuable when you can accomplish the same thing with another means. But I get it. Making a currency that looks flashy and looks cool is certainly exciting. Yeah, I don't think it has any actual improved value on security of the currency if you set it up as a modern digital, connected currency. Again, the other thing that Christina, I want to say, was it Christina? Uh, that Charlotte, excuse me. One of the things that Charlotte brought up that was really cool was talking about a bartering system, and I think that's something that can potentially be very, very valuable for a micronation starting out. Again, there are taxes and stuff involved with that you still want to be careful with. If you're bartering lots and lots of stuff, the macronational government that you are connected to may still ultimately want taxes paid on those items that are transacted. But a barter system, especially for a small-scale micronation that is just, trying to get some connection to its community members and stuff like that, that is a great, great resource and opportunity for them because it's something that allows for. Sorry, my camera froze here. I'm activating it again. It allows for a lot of ability to still create progress. You can have people helping you to develop things. You can have people's skills put to use through bartering and through trading for things. But ultimately, in order to develop a currency, a right and proper currency, you have to have this money transmitter's license or whatever your state, local, or even national governments have to say about that and how they regulate it. And so I think when talking about all this, it develops very specific strategies as reasonable for micronations and the way that we are trying to develop. Micronations are things that are very small, but are trying to get very large very quickly and are trying to compete against things that are already very large and are getting larger at a quicker rate than us. So that being the case, we are starting in a losing position. And in order to maintain our position in the status quo and to expand on that position, to actually get larger and more competitive, you have to be able to be very, very efficient with the way that you use things. Every single dollar, every single amount of value, whether that's in assets, direct currency assets, or whether that's in assets that are tied up in things like land or expensive equipment, all of that needs to be very, very calculated and used very, very wisely so that you can be as efficient as possible when developing. If you spend a lot of money on doing things like expensive security for a currency, for example, but you could accomplish the same thing with having a record of people who have your currency, it's a lot more difficult, and it's a lot more expensive for the same amount of investment. Like, it doesn't ensure anybody that your currency is safer or better to use if you have all of these, really intricate security measures that protect against fraud, versus if you just have a record of who is supposed to have your currency at any given time. Excuse me. Now, if you do develop that record, you have to make sure that you do it right. You have to make sure that it's consistent. You have to make sure that there are backups of it. You have to make sure that everybody who uses the system knows how the records work and what they're supposed to do in order to ensure that that value has been transacted properly. However, it is not necessary to develop incredibly complex forging techniques. I don't think that's necessary. So, let me continue to move forward. Arcovia says, agree with you, Emperor AP. Nowadays, it's more of a personal preference. Agreed. Francisco said, Yarns don't like cryptocurrencies, and also I don't like them because it's just a little bit stupid. You just give a telephone number to another person. That's it. I'm talking about EcoCash Zimbabwe. I get that. Again, I would recommend looking into other types of digital currencies, because digital currencies is a broad term. Cryptocurrencies and digital currencies are not the same thing. Cryptocurrencies are a type of digital currency. Not all digital currencies are cryptocurrencies. And that's what I'm trying to get at. I'm not suggesting a cryptocurrency. If you choose to pursue a cryptocurrency, that's on you. We don't personally pursue cryptocurrencies, one, because of their negative effects on the environment, with how much data storage and management it takes to run a cryptocurrency, with it being backed up on every single person's system as a part of a node network and all that stuff, as a node and a part of a network. The other thing is, a digital currency can be as simple as a digital record of people who have a currency. And that is something that we are more attuned to. A digital currency can be a local currency that has real dollars attached to it, real notes attached to it, that still do not rely on the anti-theft measures of the anti-forge methods of the paper that they have to rely on the security and exchangeability of the currency, safe exchangeability of the currency. That's something that can simply be done by having a record, which would still be considered a digital currency, though not a cryptocurrency. And again, cryptocurrencies are their own thing. Look into them at your own risk. But don't assume that digital currencies and cryptocurrencies are the same thing, because there are a lot of very positive digital currencies that have nothing to do with cryptocurrency. So yeah, I understand that. And I would recommend, again, looking into it. There's a lot out there for a micronation to be able to attempt. There is a lot out there for people to try to develop and try to learn more about, as far as the methods you can use to pursue micronationalism. But ultimately, at the end of the day, there are going to be very few methods that are actually repeatably successful for micronations to establish themselves. And depending on the seriousness and the rapidness with which you want to establish yourself, that will also take a major, major toll on how many options you have available to you. For example, with Charlotte, Charlotte said she wants to develop a bartering based micronation, and that is something to consider. She is strategizing there for a specific point in time in her nation. She's saying, what if we use this as the way to establish our nation? Now, whether she continues to use that if her nation has 10,000 people in it may be a different story. But for the time that she has the amount that she has currently, for the little bit of transacting that she needs to do to get things off the ground, that is perfectly reasonable. And I think that's a smart move rather than doing something like already establishing and sending out a currency that would then ultimately cause you some problems where you have to do some legal backtracking and have to try and figure out the best method to reestablish yourself as an economic force. That's tough. Anytime you get into debt as a human being, but especially as a business entity or as a micronationalist, it can be really hard to pull yourself out of it, and it makes it potentially a self-fulfilling prophecy, or something that's destined to fail, simply because if you get into debt right off the bat and you're not very large, it again depletes your credibility as far as how much people trust you, but it also makes it harder for you to do things like get loans that would help you to advance. And so the harder it is for you to advance, the less competitive you are in a market where other people are actively growing, and yada, yada, yada. So this is all stuff that you guys know, I'm sure, to some degree, that everybody has their own bits and pieces that they bring to micronationalism as far as what they know. But the whole point of this is to say that I've looked into micronational economics for quite a long time. I have developed Aeternia's strategy based off of that research that I have made. And I implore people to continue to research themselves, because it's not clear-cut, but you will find that there is a lot more avenues that you cannot take as a micronationalist than ones that you can to successfully develop, including things like banking. When you look at large-scale nations, you cannot develop your plan for creating a micronation based off of how you would run a large-scale nation, because they have very different inciting circumstances. They have very different histories. They have very different opportunity levels accessible to them. So that being the case, we have to be really, really considerate of what we do and how we strategize the development of our nations. And again, I understand as far as Aeternia's development, and as far as us being an empire and wanting to develop as Aeternia a homogenous group, that is not in the interest of every micronationalist. Again, hopefully there will be plenty of opportunity for us to trade and for us to work with other micronations who don't want that. But at the same time, we implore nations to do that, because the path that the Empire of Aeternia is developing is one that's multifaceted, and one that we are making significant ground on in a number of areas. So the more support we have, the more rapidly we can grow those areas of advancement. The more we can grow those areas of advancement, the more that we are turning over profit and benefit for those who have supported us and invested initially. So this is all about growth. This is all about taking the next steps as a micronation, and in fact accelerating our production as an economy. But it is something that requires a large amount of investment. So we are continuing to move forward. Every day we get closer to our land purchase, and right now we're almost to 10% of that goal, actually. As of our last update, we are at $901.21 out of $10,000. I will say probably over half of that, if not more. I'd go so far as to say even 2/3 of that have come within the last year, probably even more than that. So that being the case, looking at our growth over time, over the summer we hope for a big push, again over the spring, and we are looking to be able to do some things that will get that number up very, very quickly. So look at it now, that $901.21 out of 10,000, 9% basically of our goal, and look at it next year at this time. Let's see what it's up to, because We are planning to get land in the near future. We are continuing to develop that, and that is one of those check marks that we need to be able to do things like get our money transmitter's license. Our money transmitter's license will go hand in hand with developing and purchasing land. So these are all things that bring us to an entirely different tier of micronationalism, an entirely different management structure, an organizational structure for what it means to be a country. And so that's what we are going to be delving into next, and that's how our economic series, our cultural series, and our YouTube content in general is going to expand. As we get better and bigger, we give bigger and better content to you guys, which helps you to develop more and show you the paths that we have taken, our successes and failures, to help your own. So regardless of whether you're wanting to join the Empire of Aeternia or whether you're wanting to develop your own nation, know that this is designed to help you, and I hope it does. So please let me know if our conversations do help you. Francisco said, also, my previous nation had one of the worst cases of hyperinflation in the whole history of micronations. That's crazy. I'm sorry to hear that, and I wish you good luck with it. Again, I think there are very simple ways to stop that. One is by pegging it to a macronational currency and just sticking to that. And the second being to ensure that there's a consistent record of who has your currency so that, you can't copy it. The Imperial Republic of North America says, hello, Imperial Republic, it's good to see you. Francisco says, welcome back. Imperial Republic says, what currency does Eternia use? So we have the Imperial Note, which is actively available for purchase on our Etsy shop, and that is connected to the US dollar. And the way that that's connected is through its purchase. So you can purchase 5 Imperial Notes for $5, and that's not including taxes and the shipping that requires. But that being the case, when you purchase those notes, you are investing in the Empire of Aeternia. You are supporting our land purchase funding. So again, our currency right now is not in circulation. It's not something that you are able to use to purchase goods and to pay for goods, services, but we are hoping to establish that with the purchase of a money transmitter's license, which this entire stream has been about thus far. Francisco says, back, the mind says Imperial Notes. Thank you, the Minds. Francisco says, do you have an opinion on Yugoslavia? Socialist one. I don't know much about Yugoslavia. I'll be honest with you, I don't know much about a lot of Eastern European states. I am very unfamiliar historically with them. I know Yugoslavia, I believe, was a part of the USSR bloc at one point. I need to learn more about it. Again, I don't know much of my Eastern European history, and I would be uneducated as to be able to make statements on that. So it's not fair for me to say, this is my opinion on Yugoslavia, when I don't know anything. So don't take my opinion on Yugoslavia as worth anything at all. I need to research that more, would be my opinion. Knight says, this is unrelated, but how do we get dictatorial micronations out of the community? Well, I guess it depends on what you mean. So I have seen micronations that call themselves dictatorships. For example, the Republic of Molossia considers itself a dictatorship, but it's a very silly title to them. He's the president of Molossia, but he considers himself like a dictator for life or whatever. But that is a humorous title that is something that I think many of his family and friends would say is not an accurate description of the leader Kevin Ball's personality, but is more so a joke that he adopted as a part of developing the aesthetic and the culture of the community that he'd built. So I think for plenty of micronations, especially those that are more fantasy micronations, or even those who are having a comedic tint to what they're doing to some degree, it may be a part of their culture. They can certainly say that they're dictators or whatever. That's fine. If there are people who are abusing people, that's different, and that's like a legal thing that they need to get into with their local law enforcement. If something is being done that is like a harsh treatment of other human beings by a person, which would be kind of, what the essence of a dictator is, someone with extreme control that uses that control to create a harsh living situation for those below them and to essentially keep them under their boot, quote unquote, that type of person in a micronational standpoint is pretty much just breaking the law for whatever their country of origin is, So if somebody's not breaking the law, there's nothing wrong that they're doing, and therefore they should be allowed to be a part of our community. However, You can certainly disagree with those people. Like, that's fine. You can say, I don't want them a part of my micronation, and I don't want to associate with them, and you can choose to do that. That's fine. But I don't think you should look down on any micronation that just has the word like dictator or connection to that. Certainly for me, if I saw an application, for example, for an alliance that came across my desk and had, the title of dictator, I would have to think and research that nation very clearly, because it depends on what the nature of that term means to them and how they are using it. It may give you some insights as to what the leader may be like. It may give you some insights as to what the culture may be like, but you don't want to assume that just on the usage of one single word. So don't overlook it. It's important if somebody says something like they're a dictator, and I don't necessarily support that, but I would say that there's nothing wrong with them saying that inherently. Because it, like I said, there are successful examples such as Molossia of nations that claim themselves to be dictatorships, even though that's not necessarily accurate to what they are. Francisco says, Dictatorial Republic of Aeternia. My time has come. Oh goodness, yeah. You see, so there are plenty of situations where that's not necessarily relevant to the overall discussion. Like, it's important because those nations can be concerning, but not necessarily. Knight says, okay, thank you. Yeah, no problem, Knight. Thank you. And also, if you're interested, please subscribe. I don't know if you guys have subscribed already, but again, I was so thrown. I want to show you guys that, because it was like 72% or something of the amount of the people who have given us watch time recently were not subscribed at all. And so if you guys were subscribed, that would lead to post notifications that you connect to. Again, hit that bell, which is the post notifications. And that allows us to kind of beat the algorithm and to ensure that these videos get in front of your faces. And when you can watch the videos, that helps our watch time go up, which means direct monetary compensation for us. So even if you don't, and again, we're trying to get monetization. We don't have it yet. But if you watch these videos and you hang out with us during these live streams, like, 9, 10 of you have been doing pretty regularly throughout the whole stream. Again, thank you guys so much. That in itself helps us to grow the Empire of Aeternia. So if you say, I can't buy anything from the Imperial market, I don't want to become a part of the Empire of Aeternia, I don't want to become a citizen, but you guys are doing cool stuff and I want to see micronationalism keep growing and advancing, hang out, put the stream on while you're doing something, type stuff in the comments, ask questions that you want me to answer, that you want somebody else in the community to answer. People go back and forth in the live chat all the time, hanging out and talking, and a lot of time that leads to like Discord conversations, and then people jump on our Discord, become a part of that, and they connect each other's micronations and start doing established talks, and all of a sudden we'll have some nations that met through our Discord coming out and saying, oh, now we have a peace agreement, oh, now we have this and that. And that's what this is about. We're trying to establish this community. We're trying to grow it and improve it. And the more you guys hang out and subscribe, it helps a lot. Also, if you tell us you subscribed, I will personally give you a shout out and tell you thank you. So I appreciate it. Knight says, this is, Francisco says, are you going to visit Serbia sometime in the future? I would love to visit Serbia, honestly. Like I said, again, I'm not super familiar with Eastern European nations, so I would want to do research. I would want to get more familiar with where I'd want to go, how I would want to travel. If there's if there's somewhere where I would be staying outside of there, if I would actually stay in Serbia. But I would love to visit, sincerely. I have never been to Europe. I've never been outside of the United States in my life. I've never had the opportunity or, been able to afford to travel outside of the United States. So I would love to do that. I have some friends in South and Central America that I would love to visit. So those would be first up kind of on my bucket list. But after that, Europe. Again, there are micronations in the UK that I would love to go and visit. There are micronations, I'm sure all over Europe that as we get better and better, there are Italian micronations, that we want to visit and stuff. So yeah, that seems 100% reasonable. Once we start doing European tours as the Empire of Aeternia, I think we will have, will be a pretty big deal. Like, being able to send envoys of people routinely to other parts of the world and have embassies established and stuff like that would be a game changer for us. And I hope that we can do at least some of that within the next few years. So it probably won't be right away, but we will be gearing up to do stuff like that. Absolutely. The bigger the trips that we can do, the crazier stuff we can do, the more that we can push the bounds of the community. So yes, 100%. At some point, mark my words, as long as I have anything to do with it, we will be going to Serbia. Knight says, this is an unrelated question, but one more question. Besides Molossia, Sealand, etc., the well-known ones, which lesser-known micronations would make the top list? That's so hard. Oh, gosh. Somebody asked me almost that exact same question the other day, and literally yesterday on a live stream. If you go back and check that, we can, rehash that. But it's hard because I have never lived inside of one of those micronations. And I talked about that yesterday, but it's an issue where micronations are really tight-knit communities. So I can see a place like Sealand and say, I respect that. That's cool what they did. And I can look at a place like Molossia and say, I respect that. That's cool that they did that. But I've never lived in Molossia. I've never lived in Sealand. I don't know what it's like to be an average Sealander or Molossian. And therefore, and generally both of those examples as well specifically, are very closed off micronations. They're not, trying to make citizens out of every single person in the world. They're not trying to, have this large economic influence or anything. They're kind of kept to themselves. So I think it's hard to judge what the quality of those nations are in comparison to other nations because they are because I've never lived in them, because they're like these closed off, insulated communities. You can say that they're cool from the outside, but I think to actually like top 10 micronation tier list, that seems really hard to do just based on external view alone, because that doesn't take into account what their actual financial records are, so you can't know how large their economy actually is. You can make rough estimates, but again, I feel like that's an oversight to try and do that when you're comparing countries. The same thing with, how their populations are treated, what benefits are accessible to those people. A lot of that stuff isn't even documented, like outside of these micronations. So there's not a ton of way to do that. On the other hand, some of the smallest and least well-known micronations are also some of the most well-documented. There are plenty of nations who, again, and I've talked about this previous stream and in other streams, where nations will start up and create like 35 pages of tax law and like 26 pages of infrastructure planning and like 11 different pages on like maternal leave from work and things like that, and these really nitty-gritty details that are all important and are all necessary to advance their ideas of improving their civilization. They're saying, these are all things that I've seen in my community that I don't like and that I'm not happy with, so I'm going to write laws that are improvements of those laws, what I wish the laws were where I lived. But you cannot enforce or implement those laws with the amount of money that you're dealing with most of the time as a small nation. So a lot of these brand new nations will create all of this documentation and all of these things that would be great to describe a nation if it actually ran and worked that way. If everything that you read in a micronation's in their laws or in their constitution or whatever was 100% accurate to exactly what they were doing for every single nation, then it would be easy to rank and compare nations. But because that's not the case, because a lot of people will develop the laws and the concepts around their nation before they actually have the means of achieving those things, you can't rely on that. And that's something that I have been adamant in the Empire of Aeternia about doing differently. We have the Guide of Foundation and Principles as opposed to a constitution or as opposed to a list of laws, because we are not trying to over-define ourselves before we are able to actually implement something. When we have something written down, it's because it's an active part of what we are doing as Aeternians. It's an average part of everyday life in Aeternia, and it's the way that we run. So you won't find laws that are not actively in place. You won't find details in our description that are not something that have been refined over a significant amount of time in Aeternian culture. And that's the difference. That's why we went that route, and that's why it's so hard to rank micronations. If you really want us to do a top 10 list, we may be able to do that at some point, but it'd have to be from nations that we have had like large scale interactions with, and that even is a very, very short list. So it's just hard. It's just hard. Um, but that is a great question. Your boy Alex, so what's up? Hey, your boy Alex, how are you? It's good to see you. Haven't seen you in a minute, actually. I hope you're doing well. I hope things are going well in your life. I know things have been interesting here. They've been fun and exciting, but also hectic because we're getting near the end of the semester, and we're also, trying to ramp up on micronational stuff. So it's fun, but it's a challenge. And again, Alex, I hope you're doing well. I hope your family's safe. I hope everybody's okay with COVID and with everything else that's been going on in the world. I hope you were doing well. Francisco says, if you need a guide, ask me. I'm going to give you a place to stay. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much. I would love that, Francisco. We'll have to like message more at some point. We'll have to get more connected and more established. Cause like I wouldn't know anybody in Serbia. So yes, if you would be kind enough to open your home to us, that would be wonderful. I would certainly appreciate that. And again, trying to find adequate means of travel and transportation there and stuff. Will take time, but we will definitely do it. If we were going to do something like go to a specific country in Europe, like Serbia or something, I would want to find a way to like advertise that there first, which would be another thing that we could talk to you about. Again, that would be far off in the future, but it would be really cool to like hype up the Emperor's coming to Serbia. We're going to make it like a big thing, and like shout it out, and we could have like posters, and we could, even like pay people if we need to like set stuff up before we show up, and then to just have like an all-out bash when we get there. To have like a big meet and greet, to have like discussions on micronationalism, to get with other European micronations, whoever's in the area that can possibly make it. Just trying to bring the party to Serbia as much as possible, trying to get people in Serbia well introduced to this concept, and going across Europe, across the United States, across Asia, doing that consistently to sort of open people up to what the micronational community is. Imperial Republic of North America says, AP, how often do you stream? That's a great question. It fluctuates so heavily. I would love to be able to stream really regularly. I try to stream at least once a week. Most of the time that's on the weekend. I've actually been adjusting my hours now because I've seen such a radical difference. I used to stream only at like 10 or 11 at night here, my time, which for a lot of our viewers in Europe and Asia was very, very difficult to reach. The US is like 38% of our viewers, I think, but even still, a lot of those viewers would be asleep by the time we would get on stream, and then a lot of it'd be very early morning for a lot of our Europe and Asia viewers, so it would be, not great for our watch time. So I've been doing them earlier, which I think is going to give me an added benefit with my schedule and how I need to do things. Hopefully at least one a week. Look for them on Saturdays, Sundays, maybe even Fridays, but mostly Saturdays and Sundays will be when we stream. If you check our Discord, I give announcements, like 30 minutes or an hour out kind of announcements before I'll do a stream. But the biggest thing you can do to make sure you know when we stream is click all notifications. If you have subscribed to us already, you can subscribe, and you can also click the notification bell to give you notifications about when we stream, and you can also click all notifications. The notification bell has a drop-down menu that'll say like, select or like preference notifications or all notifications. All notifications will give you every single time we stream, it will show up. If you select the other one, it'll try and like tailor our content to you, so it'll only notify you about things that it thinks you'd be really interested in from us. But the issue is that there's not a ton of micronational content out there, so there's normally not a lot of content that connects back to us. So your YouTube recommended may not recommend you micronational content very much at all, no matter how much you're looking it up. So again, that's difficult, and because we cover so many wide ranges of topics that all ultimately culminate to be micronational, including popular news topics, including educational things like this, including technology videos. If you really want to get a sense of the Empire of Aeternia and know when we stream and how we're doing, keep up with us through those notifications. Please let us know that you subscribe, because if you let us know, again, I can give you that shout out. Manu says, I wouldn't make a list like that. I like this ally more than the other ally. Agreed, and I don't think I would do it for alliances. Like I said, it would have to be like nations that I have a lot of experience with. But that's the issue too, right? Is that you don't want to burn bridges with people. You don't want to pick favorites with allies or with, you know, people who are connected to your nation. And that's not the point of it. So that's why I'm like, I haven't lived in any nation that that I have identified with in micronationalism. There's no way that I could accurately compare them. I don't know what day-to-day life is like. Your boy Alex says, thank you so much. Means the world to me for you saying that. Of course. I appreciate you, Alex, and I hope you're doing well. And I know for a lot of our viewers out there, things have been tough as well. So again, I hope you're doing well, and I hope, whether it's your first time watching or your millionth time watching, I hope you are doing well. In addition, a lot of people don't know about this. We started a Micronational lo-fi stream. If you guys like the lo-fi music, we play Pink on here a lot of the time on our streams, the background music we have. If you like a lot of that type of music, we actually have a good bit of that is set up in a lo-fi stream that we created. So if you like, if you do homework or play video games or whatever and just kind of hang out on your computer, you can open up a tab, listen to that in the background. It actually has a little animation that we made. I can actually show it to you real quick on here and kind of bring that up for you. You can actually type in on YouTube, Micronation. Let me jump. Oh, yeah, okay. I'm on the right screen. Micronational Lo-Fi. Micronational Lo-Fi. And watch this. Ba-da-ba. Lo-Fi for Micronations. 3 days ago, 126 views. There we go. And so that's the little animation that we have. You can see it's our little guy right here, and we can start to play music that's reminiscent of that. So again, this is the live stream. If you guys are interested in some of that, I definitely recommend it. It's a 2-hour, 37-minute live stream, so you can put it on the background of gaming and whatever, and that also helps our watch time hours. So even if you want to help to support us, but you can't make all of our active streams, that's an incredibly great way to, even while we're not actively streaming, is to just go and hang out in that lo-fi channel, just listen to music, hang out, and do whatever it is you're doing throughout your day. You know, even if you're on a run or whatever, and you put it in your headphones and you're just jogging, that helps us to get our watch time hour up. Once we hit monetization, because we fell down a little bit. That's one thing that I'll jump to real quick. We fell down a little bit as of our last time, but we have been steadily jumping up over the last few months. And then I had to stop streaming for 2 to 3 weeks pretty much. And when I did, our watch time dropped significantly. So right now, our public watch time hours are 32:23, which is a significant way toward our goals. You know, we had hit our landmark recently was 3250. 3250 was a big mark for us because that's 3/4 of the last 1,000 that we need left. So getting into very short order to be able to move forward with our monetization. But every time we get a stream like this, if this stream gets 24 hours of watch time, we will be pretty much back at that 3250 mark right there. So the more that we hang out on the live stream, the longer that people hang out in larger numbers. So for example, we have 8 viewers right now. When we get that up to 10, that's 10 hours of watch time per every hour that I stream. So doing that, again, hanging out on our lo-fi stream, sharing our videos with other people, going back and watching old streams where we've talked for hours at length, all of that helps us to boost that watch time number right there. And all we have to do is hit it once. Once we hit that 4,000 watch time hours a year, I can apply for monetization, we can get ads put onto our channel, and then we can start every time we stream collecting a little bit of money from that. Then we can take that, you can see every single time we stream how much our land purchase funding has grown because of that, because of just your direct watching the channel. And we can have a nice feedback loop of growth and promotion based around that. So that would mean a lot if you guys can check that out and hang out with us. Again, making sure you're subscribed and have those post notifications on would be huge. Francisco said there are several more micronations in Serbia, Liberland, Tito, Slavia, and others. That sounds cool. I would also love to check out Liberland as well. So yeah, we'll definitely have to come to Serbia. Manu says Liberland's existence is based on the Croatia-Serbia border dispute. That is true. I forgot about that. Serbia was one of the connected countries to Liberland. So yes, I will absolutely have to go to Serbia and hype that up. Manu says Liberland's. Yep. Balagia said that video was good. Listen to it while making a video for Balagia. Awesome. Thank you very much. And again, if you can replay that and hang out and use that as kind of a background stream, it's a huge help for us. You have no idea. If you watch that for an hour, that's an hour of watch time for us. And I know that sounds simple, but it's a huge impact. We only need 4,000 of those in a year. So that goes a long way. Bellagio says, we do not speak in person and use AI voices, so do not need to speak. That's smart. I respect that. And for a lot of internet privacy stuff, especially for people who are younger, who are making micronations and doing stuff like that, that is a huge necessity to be able to protect your identity, to be able to make videos and express yourself and want to be able to talk about all the things that are important to you, but worrying about revealing your face. So that's a smart way to go about that. I respect it. And again, you guys, thank you so much for being those subscribers that you are, for helping us out, for hitting that notification, and ultimately for helping us to get closer and closer to this land purchase funding. You guys really picked up on the lo-fi stuff, and that was cool. And the same thing with these streams. So we hear you. We know what you want. We're trying to adjust, and we're trying to get better and better at catering to that need. And it seems like it's working. So thank you guys for helping to build this cool community. Bellagio says, meaning it's great for playing in the background while editing. Agreed. I think it is. And also for playing Minecraft. Is that, I'll play online a whole bunch, and I will, I'll play games with Tiffany and stuff, and we'll have lo-fi in the background. So I was like, well, if we're doing this anyway, we know other people are doing this and enjoying it, so why not just make a lo-fi channel for micronationalists? And that's what we tried to do with that first stream. It has worked out pretty well so far. If you guys really enjoy it and you want me to make more, I can make other compilations, other mixes that will be lo-fi streams as well, lo-fi radios, essentially lo-fi playlists, and I'll have a new animation, a cooler animation next time that we can put up. So definitely let me know what kind of music you guys want on there, what kind of things you like, what you don't like. Just go and listen to that. Go and listen to it as much as you can, because while you're waiting for us to come out with another live stream, that can be a huge way to get us watch time hours passively. So without you even needing to do much, you just turn on the playlist in the background while you're doing whatever, and it helps us a ton. You have no idea. The Imperial Republic of North America said there should be an international micronational council. Yes, and we have talked about that before. Again, not a huge fan of what they call YAMOs in the community. That's yet another micronational organization. YAMOs are something that people have criticized for a very long time in the community, simply because it is so hard to make any significant benefit for the members of that community. Because no micronation wants to give up their sovereignty. Micronations, as a general rule, really don't like being told what to do, or else they wouldn't be creating their own nation most of the time. So that being the case, these organizations always run into the issue of being a power grab and less of a cooperative agreement. There will be agreements in general that are made by these organizations to keep people to a certain level of decorum, But when trying to determine who actually runs the organization, which nation has like sort of a head goal in establishing things and defining things, that becomes concerning for other micronations. When you're trying to talk about the concept of what it is that the group is actually doing. If there's anything that's involved monetarily, there are a lot of nations that won't be able to support it and won't be able to assist because they don't have the financial backing to do so. And if there's some micronations who are supporting it financially and some that aren't, then there feel like there's an unfairness that everybody should be paying their fair share to support the organization. That is just a few of a long, long list of issues that micronational organizations tend to face across the board. Again, I recommend that you look into that yourself and that you make those determinations for if that's right for you on your own. But I will tell you that many, many experienced micronationalists have told me personally that they have developed micronational organizations and that they have failed, and that they all fail for pretty much the same reasons that are fundamental to the micronational community right now. If the community changes and people adopt a more lax style and are able to cooperate more directly and more efficiently, then they may be an option. But it's very rare to get micronations that can do that. And they generally have to have the ability to work together without the organization. And if they do that, then there's really very little need to create the organization. If you can't trade with people in real life without the organization, then the organization isn't going to give you too much benefit. Washington Official YouTube says, yo! Oh, he says, hello, Washington Official YouTube. How are you? Are you the official YouTube for the state of Washington? Are you the official YouTube for somebody named Washington? Or are you just hanging out and vibing? Is Washington the name of your micronation? Let me know. Also, it's good to see you. If you haven't subscribed, if you haven't put those post notifications on, please do that, because, again, 70% of our people aren't subscribed and don't have their post notifications on, and that helps our watch time, so it means a lot. Republic of North America says, AP, don't think us, you are the person who did all of this. You say that, and I appreciate that. I'm certainly flattered by that, and I feel like I have put in a lot of work to this. This is something that I've been developing, again, for years. This is something I'm very passionate about. I will continue to do this for the rest of my life. But that being the case, you all are the ones who have propelled this to what it is. I could be talking to a completely empty live stream right now, and I've done that. I have done that for years. So it's super cool to me to see so many people who are actively commenting, who are actively talking, because even though this is to some extent performing, even though, I am trying to convey information to you and you're on the other side of a screen, and to you, I'm just a screen, this is a real person behind this. The Empire of Aeternia is built by a real person. I am somebody who is actively trying to invest in this for my own life and for my own survival and for my own belief in this system. So while, yes, absolutely, I have designed and created the Empire of Aeternia, you all are the thing that has helped to put a fire under it. You all have taken what I have developed and have started to run with it. Excuse me. I keep getting a tickle in my throat. You all have continued to run with it, and that makes me super proud that any of the things that I have ever said on this channel have given someone benefit is astounding to me, and I'm super honored by that. And more so, it makes me every day want to work harder and harder to push the bounds on this, because I know that it's important to people. There are people who have put money investing in the Empire of Aeternia. There have been people who have, bought and sold things through the Empire of Aeternia. There are people who have designed their micronation around the Empire of Aeternia and around what its benefits and its design can be. There are people who are a part of our Discord who say, I didn't get into micronationalism until I learned about the Empire of Aeternia. And all of those things just make it that much more important to ensure that we do things the right way. And that feels like some pressure to me to some extent, but it feels good to see that response from you all. That was a long roundabout way of saying, again, thank you to you all. just because you're here, just because you could be doing anything with your day, anything with your life, and you feel it worthwhile to try and make a change in the world by actively supporting us, a nation that's trying to grow and develop, understanding what we're saying and trying to listen to us, hear our opinion and our side. But more so because you can take that out into the world with you. You can say, hey, there are people who are trying to create countries. There's this guy, AP, the Empire of Aeternia, he's creating a country, and you need to listen to what he's saying. It's incredible. And I'm lucky to have all of you for that. I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't have a hope that it was valuable to people. And I have seen that. You all have given proof of that. And that's what is the fuel to my fire, so to speak. Francisco said, the music really calmed me down after a stressful day. I'm glad. You deserve that. And again, I want to make more of those. I personally am a huge music fan. I do music. I make music personally, in my that off time. When I can. It's very rare nowadays because I'm doing a lot of micronational stuff and a lot of work stuff and school stuff. But I am a huge music fan, and I like to try and curate music playlists for myself, especially when I'm stressed or when I'm sad or when, I just want to have like a nostalgic day and I want to go hang out and run in the grass or do whatever. I've gone to like public parks. I've gone hiking before now that I'm in an area where I can hike. All of those things are made 1,000 times better by music. And, even when I was in high school, I was kind of a kid who kept my head down a little bit. I had friends, but it was a thing where, like, going back and forth to classes and stuff, I was kind of the kid with the headphones in, the hoodie on. And that was huge for me during that time especially. Music was a big inspiration and a big help for me to be calm and to be collected and to learn about who I am, to be introspective. So I feel like if I can extend some of that to you guys, if I can show a little bit of my music flavor to you guys, show you what I like, maybe you'll pick up on it. Maybe you'll like it. Maybe you'll become the next great musician that I'm throwing on a playlist. That's another thing. I want to get micronational music to be a thing, and I want to see people create micronational music. I would love to put some of your music in one of those playlists. If you guys create like lo-fi beats or anything, or if anybody creates any type of music, please let me know. Even if you're like, I play the recorder and that's it, the little like flute looking thingy, and that's it, or I play a little bit of guitar but not really, or I play a little piano but not really. Whatever it is, whatever your skill level, whatever, if you want to make music, let me know. I would love to put some of your stuff up in a playlist to help support you and to make it legitimate micronational lo-fi. But yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed that stream, and please keep supporting it, because even though it's an older stream, every day it gets older and older. The more you guys support it, the more it helps our watch time. Imperial Republic of North America says, hello, Washington official. Manu says, I miss Minecraft streams. Agreed, we need to do more Minecraft streams. You and I played in one of the Minecraft streams with Tiffany this last time that we did it, and it was super fun. I would love to get like crazier with that. Tiffany and I have been big into Conan Exiles recently, and so we've been playing a good bit more of that. The thing that sucks about that is that it's not as like cooperative a thing. We can't get as many people in, but if we do big enough Minecraft stuff and we open up the server, people get hyped for it. I'm sure we can do a Minecraft stream coming up pretty quickly without too much difficulty. Today's Sunday. I don't know about you guys. In the U.S., we have Thanksgiving right now. Thanksgiving's coming up on Thursday. So my schedule's like semi-open right now. I'll still have to study, and I'll still have some stuff I have to do for the background for the Empire of Aeternia, for some of the deals we're making. But for a lot of stuff, like we may be able to do that. If this week there would be people who would be interested in playing. Again, I know a lot of people have school and work and stuff during the week. But if you guys would be interested, we could potentially do a micronational Minecraft stream, get a whole bunch of people in and blow it up. Let's see. Minecraft streams used to be lit, says Empire of North America. I appreciate it. We can get back into it. That's some of that audience feedback that we need. If you guys are hyped for those Minecraft streams, we're going to be doing some Minecraft streams. Francisco says the last one I think was 5 months ago. Ooh. Very cool. I will definitely have to bring back these Minecraft streams. Oh goodness. Again, coughing. Excuse me. Francisco says, we are planning on making an alliance between all micronations. AP, you are certainly welcome. Thank you so much. And again, that's something that it's weird with the Empire of Aeternia because we are so heavily connected to economics. That's how we base a lot of our decisions. So, when we look at alliances, trade negotiations, stuff like that, all of it is based on like what a micronation can offer and how they can create stuff. That is wonderful though, especially if you were trying to create a connection between all micronations, because the more connections that you make, the more you are able to create sincere value for the community, the easier it is for us to justify connecting an alliance to you. And when we create an alliance with a micronation, we are investing in that micronation. Just like the same thing with a territory. A territory is something that we are defining to be internal to Aeternia and that we want as an investment for Aeternia's growth. Alliances are things that we see as business opportunities and investments for mutual growth between our nation and another nation. But normally that's based around that nation having something that we are not currently invested in, that it's easier to outsource to that nation and get immediate returns on than it is for us to create a whole industry around it. So if you have a unique thing that your nation develops, like for example ties between different micronations, that can potentially be something very profitable and something that we would be eager to connect to as a micronation. So again, throw an alliance application in on our website. You can check that out. If you do that, that helps us a ton to connect with people. Again, I still have a number of people that I have promised I will check out their alliance application soon, so you may not be at the top of the list right now, but it will come soon enough. Knight says, I saw a weird micronation back on one of your other streams. Like, what makes a micronation a legit micronation? That's a great question. Also, thank you for watching the old streams. That also helps a lot. Again, just having people go back and watch those old streams is huge because it one revitalizes the stream. It makes YouTube get excited about that stream and start to promote it to more people. When it sees there's active, user engagement, when people are actively watching an old stream, it means that stream has value, and so they'll share it more to more people, and it grows our audience. So please do watch those old streams as much as you can. With regard to your question, the thing that makes a micronation is simply what they define themselves as, which I know is not a satisfying answer to most people. Most people want me to say a micronation is somebody specifically who is declaring independence and they are doing it this way and they have this level of standardization and they have this level of whatever. The way that I've always tackled it is that if somebody claims to be a micronation, they are a micronation. I don't control who is or isn't a micronation. I'm not the gatekeeper of micronationalism, and that's not what I should be. But that being the case, I have designed ways that Aeternia judges micronations and the way that we categorize micronations. So for us, micronations are in two categories. And if you haven't checked out our video on it, I recommend you do. It's one of our more popular ones. Realist versus fantasy micronations. And I can actually pull up that YouTube video for you as well. Realist versus fantasy micronations. Realist versus fantasy types of micronations explained. And then we also have another video that we did 2 years later called last year called What Realist Micronation Should Be. But for this one, we are talking about realist versus fantasy and all that. So if you are interested in that, this is the video to check out. Again, I think if you just type in realist versus fantasy micronation, something like that, you should be able to get this to pop up. You know what sucks? You know what sucks about this? This is my video. This is something YouTube did a while back. This is straight up my video that I'm watching an ad on, and I'm not even monetized. I'm not even monetized, And yet YouTube is making money off of my video and not giving me any of it. Until I get monetization, they just run these ads on my videos and make money out. So if you think, oh, Eternia is monetized, we have an ad on one of their videos, we'll watch the ad. It's not us. It's YouTube. It's YouTube putting the ads on our videos despite us not being monetized. So once we get monetized, all it means is that we finally get compensated for them putting their ads on our videos that you came to watch. So if you want us to get credit for any of that, if you have to sit through boring ads and you hate that, help us out by helping us to get monetized. And I know you all are actively on that, so thank you. But yep, we did this again. You can tell I look significantly different in this. I had a shorter haircut and I was doing other stuff, but this is that video. You know, we talk about realistic micronations, fantasy micronations, and we describe what that is. Again, it's kind of a comedic video. You'll have to go and check that out on your own, but it does have some legitimate topics that break down what a micronation is. And it ultimately comes down to what your goals are. But I'll leave that video to speak for itself. And I encourage you to check it out. I really, really do. Let me jump back over to here to our aristocrat board and to our land purchase funding. Okay. The Imperial Republic of North America says, AP, are you a composer? I play and write piano. That's wonderful. Can you please send us some of your work? I would love to put that on one of our Micronational lo-fi streams. I am not a composer. I have worked in music production a little bit, not professionally, but I have dabbled in music production in my own personal time a little bit. I'm not very good at it. I haven't done a ton with it. I am more into rap. I have personally written and created a lot of rap songs, and that's my interest. I like hip-hop, I like R&B. That's kind of the way that I have gone with my own music, but that's not what I necessarily put on the Micronational channel. I have before. I put actually a music video out around micronationalism, talking about micronationalism to some degree, with micronational elements, I should say, on the channel before, but I would love to see some of your work, Imperial Republic of North America. They said, my friend is writing our national anthem right now. That's wonderful. I would love to see it. Manu says, my birthday is on Thursday. Hey, congratulations, Manu. Happy birthday. Bellagio says, does Eternia trade content? Bellagio says, if so, we can produce some. That sounds cool. Yeah, so if you created content for us and you just gave that to us as a gift for us to put on our channel, we would be incredibly grateful. We might even, if we really like your video, send you like a little ingot or something like that. So yes, please do. Please hit us up, create some cool content for us. We'll probably just put it out on the channel and see how it does. And yeah, that would help us a lot. It helps us a lot because it helps us to get things out to people when I can't actively make or edit a video. So yes, please, Bellagio, I would love to see what you have to offer as far as content. That can go a long way to helping us establish a trade agreement, and then eventually what could turn into an alliance between our nations. Francisco says on 1/1/2022, Yara is going to celebrate 2 years of existence. Hey, congratulations. That's amazing. Eternia is an old man micronation. We're going to be experiencing our 6th birthday in August. So that'll be a little ways away. We just experienced our 5th not too long ago, again back in August. But we're starting to hit the halfway mark on the year again. Like once January hits, we're going to be 5.5 years old, which is insane. So again, we started on YouTube 3 years ago, and that's when we really started doing things to a larger degree, but we've technically existed for 5 years since my initial establishment to myself, in writing that I am establishing the Empire of Aeternia. Knight says, thank you. Francisco says, also, how did you get interested in micronations? That's a great question, Francisco. I would say I got interested in micronationalism because I liked the concept of learning about different nations, I started to research different nations, and I think at a certain point I ran into videos of Sealand, Liberland, and Molossia. Those nations, started getting me interested, and then I started seeing, Liberland partnered with this nation, and not Liberland. Molossia was doing things with this nation, making videos, and then I started checking that out, and I started learning more and more about them. I saw things like Microcon, videos of that, which sparked my interest. Um, some of the early, I think there's like a 2015 Microcon or something like that I watched at one point. Um, those things really, as I got closer to actually developing my own micronation, really inspired me. But I would say that for a while, once I initially learned about what micronations were, I looked for other micronations to join. And the problem is, at the time that I was doing that, again, this is like 5 years ago, this is back when I was leaving high school, I was in a position where there was MicroWiki. We have MicroWiki now. We have an account in MicroWiki and have a MicroWiki page. But MicroWiki was one of the most well-established sources for connecting with other micronations. The Reddit existed, I believe, and there was some activity on the Reddit, but it was very rare and it was hard to get responses from people. The same thing with MicroWiki. We actually would send out emails. There'd be email connections. So, contact us via our website or whatever, via email. I reached out to I think probably 50 or 60 nations, just trying to get anything. Never got back with most of them. Some of the ones that I did hear back from were essentially saying you can become a citizen, but that doesn't really mean much. We're not actively doing anything. There's nothing you can help us to create or produce. You can just support us. And even being offered positions in governments and things like that. It was well, you can help us to draft laws and to draft legislation and stuff like that in our nation, but there's nothing that you can actually do today to help us. And so that got me to the point where I said, okay, there's something that, I need to do something myself if I'm going to be able to make an impact in the community, and that's what I did. The difference is, nowadays, there are plenty of resources to join another micronation before you start your own, so I do encourage people to do that. There are plenty of people who are actively doing real-world projects that can actually have you involved and participate in those and grow and potentially make some money off of them, or at very least get some cool merchandise from them for your hard work and your effort. It's very, very hard to create and develop and expand a micronation, especially with how small a niche micronationalism is and how competitive a niche it is. So I highly, highly suggest people join other micronations. But the short and sweet of it is that's how I got into it. I looked and scoured the globe for anybody that I could find who wanted to help develop a micronation and who I could join in their crusade, and ultimately wound up finding myself alone and needing to develop something for myself. So that was very cool. It's been a long journey, but now that I have seen how the micronational community has developed, I guarantee you, if a whole bunch of people just started piling into larger micronations and forming larger micronations instead of millions of tiny micronations, the equivalent nanonations, this would be an incredible event for micronationalism as a concept. People don't often get the opportunity to advance a civilization in their lifetime, to really have a direct impact on the country that they are a part of. But that is a way that you can, most assuredly. Balagia said, that is the exact way we got into micronations, but sadly now we look back and cringe at a lot of the news content that was made. Agreed, and I understand that, but I think it's interesting. I don't think you should ever be regretful of the old content that you make, because it's still something that you felt at the time, and it's something that is a mark of history on your nation. It establishes some credibility that you have. You know, if you were saying like absolutely insane stuff, like dangerous stuff, then yeah, maybe reconsider that stuff. But if it was just something silly or something that, like you said, you feel is a little bit cringy, I don't know. That's a part of growing up and that's a part of learning. So I feel like you should not be embarrassed of that only because it came from a good place when you did it. And I think that's the point. North America said, how long do streams usually last? So this one's about to hit 3 hours. They generally last between like an hour and like 4 hours or something like that. I'm probably going to wind this one down here in a second because I want to get to some metal melting. I actually have some stuff that I want to show you guys with that. But yeah, generally 1 to 3 hours. A 4 hour stream is like a big stretch. If we do a 4 hour stream, it's normally because we're like doing Minecraft or something like that where we can have a lot of people actively playing with us. But that's always a back and forth thing. So 1 to 3 hours, the normal kind of expected range. And that's just because if we do something under an hour, it's very hard for it to be worth it for us in watch time. You know, a lot of the time we will stream for 30, 45 minutes before we get like the peak of viewers that'll come in, you know, and then we'll have that peak for like a second and then it'll drop back down and then it'll build back up and it'll drop back down. So the longer that we stream, the more watch time that we get for the video right when it drops. And that helps us a ton. So yeah. Francisco said 1 to 2 hours. Yep, that's accurate. Imperial Republic of North America said, okay. Yeah, and I appreciate that. Real quick, I want to see if I can't change out my webcam one last time because I think my, we've been having that thing charging for maybe an hour. So it should be pretty close to good if it's not good and fully charged. I want to show you guys some of the ingots that I've been working on and polishing. They need to be improved still, but we are actively working to fill an order for the Empire of Aeternia in the UK. I am wanting to make them 2 pretty copper ingots that I want to show off to them and that I want to be able to send to them as thanks for a Stamerian stater, which will be a silver coin that they will send us at some point, just as a fun token exchange. But I think, and something to kind of establish a connection between our nations. But I think it's really interesting to see some of the stuff that's happened. In the process of doing that, we've created like an alloy. You know, we didn't invent the alloy, but we accidentally discovered the alloy that was something that I didn't know existed. We actually created aluminum bronze, which bronze is generally copper and zinc mixed together, and I knew that, but I didn't know that if you actually heat up to a high enough temperature copper and aluminum, you can create an aluminum bronze, which is really, really pretty and really gold looking. And we accidentally made some of that in the copper. So we lowered the purity of the copper, so we're actually going to use new copper to make their ingots. But I wanted to show you something really cool that was the result of this trial and error in making that. Bellagio said, we did stuff like make videos about tractors, and we look back at it and do not like it, but yeah, I guess we should just accept it as history. Agreed, and there's nothing wrong with tractors. If you keep tractor content out there, there's going to be somebody who's hype about your tractor content, I promise. Francisco said, just like how we forgot about our hyperinflation period. Makes sense. Where you look back and you go, oh no, we didn't do something right there. That's okay. Everybody has that. Everybody makes mistakes. It's important to see that and move forward. And if you feel like it's cringy, it probably means that your micronation is developed and is better than it was. So that's really cool, right? It's cool that your old stuff is cringy, because if it wasn't cringy, if you look back and you say, that was the peak, that was the best thing we ever did, then it probably means that you're not in a great shape now. So it's great that you have developed and advanced. Imperial Republic of North America says, how do you put your symbol on your ingots? We actually have a little stamp for it. So it's a little metal engraved thing with our symbol on it, and we actually can stamp it directly into aluminum. Now, the thing that we have, I believe, is like a bronze. So we don't want to stamp it into like hot copper or steel or something like that, because it would severely degrade the shape and warp and mess up our stamp. So instead, we just do it into our aluminum ingots. For the copper and for higher temperature metals, steel, even gold and silver, maybe silver we could stamp it into. Gold and silver we may be able to stamp it into because they're malleable enough that we could probably just hit it with a hammer and dent it into there. But for dense, high temperature metals like copper and steel, more than likely we actually have little iron letters that we can like stamp words into the ingots. So we'll probably just write like EOA or EOA copper, EOA silver, whatever, into there, or EOA steel for Empire of Aeternia. And we'll do it that way. So the aluminum ingots and maybe gold and silver will have the actual Aeternian symbol stamped into it, but everything else will be pretty much just the lettering that will be engraved, because these are ingots, But that is a great question, Imperial Republic of North America. Francisco says, like we had 100 quintillion crown note. Jeez, why? Like on purpose? History through the magnifying glass is not my official Micronation account, but do you guys have alliances? We do. You should check them out on our website. Our website actually is on the screen right now. Again, you can go to this alliances tab. Let me zoom in and jump over so you can see what I'm talking about. Right here in the upper right-hand corner of our site, if you go to eternianempire.wixsite.com/imperial market, if you Google the Empire of Aeternia, it should be the second link that comes up. The first one is our micro wiki. The second one is our website. If you go here to the Alliances tab, click on that, and Allies of the Empire, looking to become allies, proposal form. Click on the proposal form, and it'll bring you there to fill out an alliance application. Like I said, we still have I think 40-something to go through. So we have a good many that are on our plate right now, but we're actively working through them. If you want to apply, definitely do that, and we will get back to you at some point. But also, if that's not your normal Micronational account, please subscribe. Please subscribe with that account and your normal Micronational account. We have been having this issue where a lot of our watch time hours that we get come from people who aren't subscribed to the channel. So if we can get you guys to subscribe and to hit that notification bell, then more people are updated regularly when our live streams come out, so there are more people in the chat and more people to hang out with us and give us cool info on their nations. Also, because it helps our watch time hours a ton. And it helps us actually beat the algorithm. So if you guys want to check that out, if you're tired of seeing ads on our videos, even though we're not getting paid for them, that's a great way to help out. Is by subscribing and helping us out. Arizoa says, hello, hey Arizoa, how are you? That's good to see you. White Wind says, there is currently 3 Whitelandic notes. Interesting. White Wind says, history, we do not recommend alliance unless you can actually benefit other than something like protection from war. But they do. Agreed. Yep. People's Republic of Parkastopia, PRP. I don't know if I spelled that right. Yeah, you did. You killed it. People's Republic of Parkastopia. Yep, that's who we have an alliance with. As well, it is just really, really cool that we have made that history like we have and have helped to develop a connection with those people. Again, we haven't been able to do a ton with the People's Republic of Parkastopia recently. I hope that'll change very soon, and I think it will. But for the time being, that's kind of an in limbo situation. Throughout history, throughout the magnifying glasses, for our currency, we have carats notes, not actual gold, but we have 1 carat, 2 carat, 5 carat, 10 carat, 20 carat, 50 carat, 100 carat. We also have cents coins as well. That's very cool. Again, we talked about this earlier in the stream. Don't put that currency into circulation until you know the laws in your local community, because that's what we've been dealing with right now. There's something called a money transmitter license, which is something that every U.S. state has to have because of federal law, and then as well most states individually have their own laws for money transmitters. The same thing works in the UK and the European Union as well. So if you're in any EU nation, if you are in the UK, or if you're in the US, if you're in Japan or Korea, I believe, most countries around the world have some form of money transmitter's license you have to get before you can create your own currency. There's a legal way to create your own currency and to distribute it as a local currency, but you have to pay a licensing fee. Otherwise, you can be involved in some serious legal trouble otherwise. So please look into that for me. Francisco says, it was on purpose. We had to print it really vast quantities, and because it became completely worthless. 3 weeks later, it was issued. 100 quintillion crowns was 50 euro cents. That sucks. I'm sorry. That's crazy. Bellagio says, our main problem is getting active citizens. We have one other than me, which I know I should be grateful for, but yeah, that's our current roadblock too. We have some good alliances, like the one with Robe, which is mutual benefits, as we are two nations in the same place, so it is possible. That's a huge benefit, and that's a huge opportunity. If you have somebody near you who is a part of a micronation who you can work with, that's great. That offers legitimate benefits. I will say, if you feel like you are struggling to get citizens, if you feel like you are not doing well as a micronation, you should consider joining another micronation. I know you talked about Bellagio, that your people are very patriotic and that you don't want to, but I would consider it because if you are having trouble getting a lot of citizens, it could be the mindset, the way that your nation is designed is less appealing to people. And if that is the case, then it's important to reevaluate the situation and to look at, well, what are the things that I'm doing right? What are the things that I'm doing wrong? And a lot of the time, nations who have already been through that and who have a lot of active citizens, who have a lot of economic abilities, will have already answered that question for themselves and will be doing things successfully in it. So if you want to learn how to do that yourself, the best way to do it is to join a successful micronation who has already done those things and already has solved that problem for themselves. Let's see. History says we have an actual land claim and possible claim of space in international waters. That sounds cool. Congratulations for that. Have you guys been able to hear me this whole time? Have I been straight up talking with no, I guess you guys can hear me. Okay, cool. Francisco says we have 50 citizens. Out of those 50, 20 are active. Sorry, one more thing. History says we are planning on getting a currency transfer desk as well. Currency transfer desk. Again, you need that currency, that money transmitter's license. That's something that's a big deal. Francisco says we have 50 citizens. Out of those 50, 20 are active. Very cool. Congratulations. That's big numbers, for real. White Wind says, in White Wind, we have somewhere around 243 and only 80 to 90 are active. Still, that's very cool. Also, thank you, White Wind, for telling me you hear me. That means a lot. A lot of time when I'm checking settings, people won't let me know, and so then I don't know. But White Wind, thank you. If I'm getting across to one person, I'm getting across to everybody. But yes, so those numbers are really cool. Having a lot of people is something that I want to talk about eventually in a video as well, because there's plenty to be said about having a large population. Obviously, that means a lot of people know about your nation, so there is some positive effect to having a large amount of citizens, to having a large population. But ultimately, it becomes difficult because you have to look at the value that your citizenry produces. The value that your citizenry produces is ultimately a major factor in how valuable your micronation is. And if your citizenry is very large, but they only produce a very small amount of value, then it may not be worth it to have all of the things that it takes to keep those citizens there, as opposed to really investing in a few citizens who are very, very dedicated. For example, if you have 50 or 60 active citizens, but those 50 or 60 active citizens don't produce anything monetarily for you, so there's not any inherent monetary value to a citizenship, then that kind of sucks, right? Because you're having to spend all this time to keep all these people as a part of your nation, but it's not actually helping you to grow the goals of your nation. And money isn't the most important thing all the time. There can certainly be other benefits that citizens give to your nation, But if you're looking to become a realist nation, if you're looking to grow quickly, money is going to be one of the biggest things you have to start to focus on. And when you do that, you will quickly realize that the amount of money that you make is dependent on how valuable the citizenships you have are, meaning how you define the worth of a citizenship, and also how much value your citizens put into your economy in developing things and making things that make your empire, your nation, whatever, more valuable. So it's better to have two citizens who make, $100 of value apiece for your nation than to have 200 citizens that each make a dollar value. Those are the same amount of value. Sure, you ultimately get $200 either way, but one is much more efficient than the other. The one with 200 citizens has to keep in contact and in touch and in reach with all those 200 citizens and make sure that everybody falls out. If a few of their citizens quit, that's a significant cut to them, and that's a big issue. With the nation that has two citizens, those citizens seem very, very dedicated. So it'd be surprising if they dropped out, but also it means that there's something inherent about the way that your nation is doing things that makes it really profitable. So even a citizen dropping out, if every citizen makes like $100 a year or whatever for your nation, that means that if you find another citizen, you can probably get them to make roughly a similar amount of money for your nation. Also, we got 8 viewers. I appreciate it. Again, guys, like the video if you haven't already. Lot of stuff. Arizona says, one thing, crypto has a lot of issues, but if you have some technology, people setting up a crypto taped onto a currency like USD coin would be an easy way to create a currency that is also online usable. Agreed. Again, Aeternia doesn't really like cryptocurrencies a ton because of the environmental impact that they have. But that's definitely a potential option to keep things out of people's hands so that they don't have to have a money transmitter's license directly. White Wind says, smiley face. History says, we have citizenships, residency, and diplomatic statuses. 78% of our ID holders are international citizens with no residence rights, Department of Administration, as well as diplomatic and residences. So see, that's the thing that's hard, right? So you're like 78% of people are international and they don't have residence rights. Well, that's fair because that's how most micronations are set up. I think even 78% is like a good number. That means you have oh wow, I'm gonna butcher the 28%, right? 78%. So you have 22% of your nation that is an active, living in that area, and that's great. Those that aren't, those that are international, they still should have some way to be able to contribute to your nation. That's one of the things that the Empire of Aeternia has been really strict on. That's what we've always pushed for. But that's, I believe, why we have the successful nation that we do, is because we have a small number of people, but everybody who is here is really dedicated to what we are doing. And we have made incredible impacts because of that. So, even though we have citizens that are almost 100% international, we have me that lives here, but everybody else is somebody who is actively, eagerly working around the world to help make this possible. Bellagio says, we are tempted to rebrand, and we are not sure if it is communism scaring people off. We also think want to be USSR micronations or being associated with us, and it ruins our course. That's hard. But again, I think that could be like a sign, Whitewind says, my prime minister has been talking about starting a police force in Whitewind, and we were going to have a meeting tomorrow, but it's now postponed. I'm sorry to hear that. Again, if you're sick and you're not feeling well, you probably shouldn't. If you have COVID, or if anybody that has COVID, you should probably stay in quarantine to protect from that. Maybe an online conference would be better suited for that. But good luck, and please be careful and please be safe. Francisco says, AP, do you have an advice? Sorry. Francisco says, but biggest problem for Yara is political instability. We have a militia in the north of our country, communist militias, and we have dissociatist separatist in the Southwest. So I would say it depends on how your nation is structured, right? The Empire of Aeternia, the reason that we do things the way that we do, for example, we were asked earlier about if we would support a nation becoming a protectorate, essentially somebody giving their land and saying, we will become a part of the Empire of Aeternia in spirit, but we will actually personally own the land that we are donating, to be used by the Empire of Aeternia. And at any point, we can leave the Empire of Aeternia and take that land with us. The reason that we don't want to do that is for that exact reason. If somebody starts to disagree with what we're doing in the Empire of Aeternia or chooses to no longer support us, we don't want to have that take away a lot of power and resources from us. An individual can choose to leave and step away, and that's perfectly fine, but they shouldn't be able to take a chunk of our nation with them. And that ultimately is why in the Empire of Aeternia, all of the land that the Empire of Aeternia has is directly owned by me. That's the way that we're setting that up. There may be very few exceptions to things like embassies that are connected to other nations, but that we have control over the land, but we don't actually own, and we don't consider that a part of our territory. That's not something that we would claim as an addition to our Aeternian territory. So that being the case, that's a tough subject. If you have a situation where everybody has just kind of donated this land, and this land is an amalgamation of different people and different groups, then it makes it really hard to fight against separatists, because if they are separatists but they are legitimately in control of the land that they have, then it's their land to do with as they choose. But if you set up from the beginning a nation in which people are signing on to that nation, they don't have control over the land, they are given the land to use, which can be taken away if they decide to leave. There can be all the equipment that they use to make things and develop things is connected to specifically ownership by the government of your nation. That's the thing that's important and will help to control a lot of that. That's also, into a segue, a bit about why I support monarchies and similar single leadership styles in micronationalism as opposed to democracies, republics, things like that, is simply because a lot of the time, even those democracies have to have their president or their primary leadership with so much authority that it almost becomes like a monarchy that sometimes votes instead of an actual democracy or an actual republic. It is something that is attempting to be that, but has to be it very loosely, because they ultimately need to reign control of things under one authority. And that's hard to do in a micronation when you have very little resources as it is that are going to be divided amongst a whole bunch of people who are disagreeing about what to do with them. So in your case, where Yara has these rebels to the north and these separatists to the southwest, I really recommend that you determine what it is that you actually have control over, like what you have legal right to claim as yours. If it's land that you don't have legal right to claim, then you can't take it away from those people. They have just as much right to it as you do, or maybe even more if they do personally own it. And in addition to that, those people, you can't control whether or not they want to be a part of your nation. The thing that you can control is whether or not they take valuable resources from your nation when they leave. But if they leave and they leave all of the valuable resources in your nation, then you have a great opportunity to pitch citizenship to other people, because you can say, hey, we have all these positions that are open and we can just give you, land to use and equipment to use, and we can give you gifts and things for becoming a part of our nation. All you have to do is come fill the spot that this person left behind. And then that person may regret their decision to leave and may decide to come back. You may be at an even larger place than you began with. But if everybody can dissect your nation and take their piece of it back when they leave, you will always have that issue where once somebody disagrees with you, all they have to do is gather up enough support and they can all leave together, and it will cause you headache after headache after headache. Those are my advice. That's my advice. Also, good luck with the meeting, White One. Bellagio says, we just do not want a rebrand. Ooh, a lot of stuff. We just do not want to rebrand, as this symbol has represented us for nearly 2 years, and like I said, we are patriotic, so it will be hard on us to rebrand. I understand. And again, to each his own. Everybody can do things differently. You have your own reasons and ability to dissect what you're doing, why you're doing it. But I will say, I would highly recommend changing things if you feel like it's not successful. I wouldn't rebrand. I would become a part of a larger, more well-established nation. Rebranding is probably the worst thing you could do. If you are wanting to keep your nation, Bellagio, alive, do that, but stick to your guns. Do it the way that you want to do it, because if you try to rebrand and you try and change things and you try and change the ideology of your nation to appeal to people, then all people have to say is, well, you're just flip-floppy. You just change whatever you want, and one, that may have people feel less confident in your nation. They feel like it's less secure, so they may be skeptical to join it. But the other thing that could happen is that could invite people who are power hungry to come in and say, yeah, I would love to join Bellagio. I would love to become a part of it and do all of that. Yeah, make me the vice president, make me the council person or whatever, make me the territory leader or whatever, a governor. And as soon as you would do that, that person could say, hey, this place is unstable enough that if I just get enough citizens together, we can probably change their mind on a lot of stuff, and I can get put into even higher positions of power with even more ability to make authoritative decisions. And that can be really dangerous for you. So if you want Bellagio to be the vision that you saw for it, continue to push for that vision. But if at a certain point you feel like people really are not responding to that, and that it is no longer worth it for you to continue to pursue that for the output that you're getting, I would highly recommend that if you still want to pursue micronationalism, you should do so through another nation. That has happened to many micronations that I've seen that are older than Bellagio, that are older than many of the micronations on this stream. Micronations that started even around when Aeternia started and before, who have ultimately, during Aeternia's existence at one point or another, even as recently as this year, we've seen micronations that we've had like connections with and have like done stuff with, who have just like ended and have just decided to up and join other nations. Because when people start falling out, when people, especially people who like founded the nation and who are like really integral parts of what you're doing, decide that they can no longer do it, and sometimes it's nobody's fault, sometimes it's because of life circumstances, sometimes it's because people move, sometimes it's because people don't have the finances to do it anymore. Whatever the case may be, if people leave all of a sudden, you are in trouble and your nation is in trouble, and it may become more tiresome and more effort to continue to pick back up and rebuild the pieces of, only to watch it fall down again, than to join another nation. Again, if you think your idea is the right one and you want to pursue it by all means, but that's not always the best way to go. Arizoia says, do you guys have some sort of sovereign wealth fund? What do you mean by sovereignty wealth fund? So I will say this. We have our land purchase funding here. What this land purchase funding is, and I have brought this up in multiple streams, this is the definition of the revenue that the Empire of Aeternia has made. Not the profits, the revenue. So that means that anytime anybody has supported us via Patreon, via the Etsy, via a donation on the stream, whatever that may be, anytime we've come into money, aside from the taxes that have to be taken out before it gets to us, everything else is put directly into that land purchase funding. So the price of shipping is put into there. the price of the item that you purchase is put into there, again minus taxes, but that's something we can't control. Everything else is put directly into there, and the cost of materials to make the thing, the shipping cost to send it, I personally take out of my own bank account. I leave the revenue, all of the amount of the purchase, to be put toward that land purchase funding, and then I take the hit on all of the losses, all of the costs that it takes to develop and make that, all of the things that we purchase to have our industries and our economy do what they are. So we have that connected to its own unique separate bank account with that $901.21 in it. As that continues to grow, we will be able to put more in there. We will be able to continue to boost up our economy. But that is something that we have kept separate and is defined specifically for that purpose. So I hope that answers your question. I don't know exactly if you call that sovereignty wealth, but I wouldn't call it that. But we do have a separate, unique place for the collection of our treasury to be established. And that's through our business. We actually have incorporated the Empire of Aeternia's business dealings in the U.S. into an LLC corporation, and that has allowed us to, one, help with our taxing and, designating that, but in addition has helped us to get that bank account to put our land purchase funding in. History says, Empire of Whitewind, we are doing the same. We have policy acts and public safety acts in place once we get our international water land. Very cool. Also, 11 viewers. Thank you guys for hanging out. Also, if you like the video, please give it that thumb up, and please subscribe, hit the notification bell, because again, like 70-something% of our viewers from last time that we hung out on stream, and just the last 28 days, I think, have been people who are not subscribed. So if you subscribe, it helps us a ton. And let us know that you subscribed, and I'll give you a shout out on stream. 27 Arizoia says bureaucratic efficacy is extremely important. Agreed. 27 Kyle says, hi guys, who heard that Poland and Belarus are having a standoff at the border? Oh, I hadn't heard that. That's crazy though. How's that going? A lot of people jumped in. Gonna keep reading for a minute. At the border, where's that at? History said citizens have free travel and stay in our land. Very cool. Whitewind says they will win. History says we also give citizens diplomatic defense as well. Very cool. As soon as we get our international waterland, we'll give residents $100 to help start and build their homes. Nice. History says, Australia said, good morning. Good morning, Australia. How are you? It's afternoon for us, but good morning to you. History says also, can we ask some questions in voice chat? I don't think so. I'm not going to actually have people come in on a voice chat for this one, but I do appreciate it. I will read comments and I'll hit those up, but I'm going to get going pretty soon so that I can go ahead and start with some of our metal melting for the rest of the day, get into some of my work that I need to do for school, and also to be able to get back to you guys on when another stream could be. Whitewind says infinity, and then 00, and then says when Eternia gets its land, I'd like to have an embassy there if you'd be fine with that. So we're gonna have ways to do stuff like that, and that will be something that we can definitely look into. Again, everything is based on economic production, how we can do stuff. So we'd have to have a plan in place for if you had an embassy there, you'd have to be regularly visiting and maintaining it and producing stuff there. Or you'd have to have us regularly maintaining and producing stuff there. But then if that's the case, we need to make money off of that, so it'd be a whole thing. But yes, we could figure that out. We will have opportunity for that for sure. Also, 11 viewers, thank you guys. Again, please hit that like. It means a lot. Francisco said, Arizoia says, what would you say are the systems you need to work on to increase efficiency? Efficiency, specifically, I would say right now is our economy. The more money that we can make and the quicker that we can make that money, the quicker that we can expand the things that we want to do. So the biggest push that Eternia has right now, personally, is increasing its economic output. That being the case, I'm going to plug the Etsy. Guys, please go check out the Etsy if you want to support us. We have some cool stuff on there, including our ingots, which you can purchase and have shipped to you, as well as our Imperial Notes, which will put you on the Aristocrat board, which is, let me jump over here. The Aristocrat board is everybody who has ever purchased any of our Imperial Notes, and we are showing their support there and how much they have affected our land purchase funding. So very cool. Thank you to everybody who has done that. Thank you especially, again, to our top aristocrat, our first aristocrat, Richard Taylor. But yeah, so trying to do that, a lot of it I think is going to be focused on our metal melting industry, our metals refinery, as well as trying to produce higher quality items for you all through the imperial market. Francisco says, do you like presidential autocracy? Do I like it? Not really. I think if you're going to have an autocratic nation, if you're going to have a nation where one person controls everything, you should just make it a monarchy or something similar, if that's the plan for it. If you are wanting to have a democracy, have a true and legitimate democracy. But for micronationalism, that is an incredibly tough thing to do. I say that most micronations who are democratic and who have presidential elections and things ultimately become presidential autocracies most of the time. But it's weird. It's very weird. I don't necessarily support that at all. History says, same as above. Conman NoJ says, hey dude, I'm on a break from class meetings and just happened to come to catch you live. Thank you so much, Conman. It's good to see you. How have you been? Are you still watching them Jet streams? I know that's where you joined us from. It's good to see you. Conman said, what about people who have a growth in character and their goals changed? I'm sorry, what are you referring to? If you're talking about for like micronations, if they have a growth in character, and their goals changed, I could say, yeah, you can like redesign your nation if you want to. I don't think that's the best bet at all. Again, if you have a nation that you feel like is the right idea, pursue it. But if it starts not working out, don't pivot and change your ideas and change the whole name of your nation and do all this stuff, because then people don't recognize it and it makes you feel unstable to people who are actually trying to create trade agreements, alliances, and things like that. If I talk to you and, in the first 3 months of me knowing you, you are called by one name in your nation, and then, your nation dissolves and is reborn as another name, well, all of my trade agreements and all my connections have been set up on this one nation. But now you have this whole different ideology and movement that you're working toward, and I don't know if any of your institutions are the same at all. I don't know how your policy is going to work now, so it at very least just makes a long period of standstill where you're having to wait to see how that nation develops from scratch all over again, in the hopes that it becomes something that is a potential trading partner again. It's not a good move economically. It's not a good move culturally. It's not a good move for your citizenry. It's only a good move if it's just what you want to do because that's what you're doing. But if you're actually trying to create a country, it's not a logical move. It's not a reasonable one. If you are going to just all of a sudden decide your nation isn't worth developing anymore as what it is, then join another nation. Like, if that's what's important to you. If becoming the leader of a nation is important to you and that's just the reason you're doing it, then do whatever you want and don't worry about citizens and don't worry about your economy and don't worry about all these things. If you were legitimately trying to become a country for selfish reasons, if you're trying to do it for other people, if you're trying to do it to help people around the world and to help a specific community that you care about, you should probably look for what's best for them. And if you feel like what you are doing that first time is not the right thing, people are not supportive of it, then you can rebrand and restart from square one, and maybe you get it right that time. But there are plenty of nations who keep having to hit the reset button and keep going, I don't know why any of my micronation ideas aren't just taken off and being wonderful. And it's because you may not be the right person to do that. If you are legitimately wanting to start a country, there are going to be very few people who can actually fully achieve that, and they cannot do it on their own. You have to convince other people who are just as capable, if not more capable than you, of creating a country to be able to join you and assist you in developing that. That's the only reason why the Empire of Aeternia is where it's at, is because we had people who were much smarter and capable than me who joined and helped to build and make it what it is, and to give us advice and to work on this. So if that's the case for you, I would highly, highly recommend that you, if you care about micronationalism for the sake of supporting individual freedoms and supporting communities to try and help people pull themselves out of poverty, say, you need to be able to say, is it more important that I have my own micronation, or is it more important that I have I'm improving humanity and I'm improving this community? And that's a matter of personal choice. But you can't logically say that you're trying to do what's best for your community and also hit the reset button and start everything from square one, because you destroyed your community at that point. You have officially hit the death sentence, funeral, gravestone on that, and then you're saying, now I'm going to have a new baby and grow it and reshape it in the hopes that it turns out better than the last one, which kind of sucks. So I don't recommend it. I really, really don't. Balagia says, we are still growing, so yeah, when it comes down to it, I guess I should stick with my guns as it is working. It's just I am struggling to expand. Whiteland says, speaking of that, how many acres are you thinking of? Are you talking about for our land? So for our land, we're trying to go with the cheapest option we can get that is reasonable for us. So we're probably looking in the 1 to 2 acre range, and that's going to be, like I said, around that $10,000 mark. It may even be less than a full acre at the way that the market's going. So we are looking for a plot of land to get started on, something that's 100% ours, that we own free and clear right out the gate, and that we can start putting our industries to work on, that we can start having 1 or 2 citizens live on. That's what's important right now for us. So we're not looking to get 100 acres. We're looking to start off with 1, maybe a fraction of an acre, get our industries growing really well, get some high production value out of that, and then transition to larger and larger land. That's another thing. We're not ever interested in really selling our land. We're always going to want to just buy more and expand that. Arizoia says, technically I shouldn't use the word sovereign. In the end, it was just asking if you have money invested, or is it in a bank? If it was invested, the money would accumulate faster. Agreed, but then we can't do things like say that our currency is backed by the US dollar, because the way that that works is, if somebody invests, for example, Richard Taylor has 90 imperial notes. So that means that in the bank there are 90 imperial notes that are designated for the connection, the value to the 90, there are $90, there are 90 US dollars connected to that 90 imperial notes that I cannot touch, because if I spend those and they lose, and we lose that money, then Richard's imperial notes are devalued, and that's where inflation comes in, and that's a problem. So you never want to mess with the thing that your currency is pegged to, and in our case, our currency is pegged to another currency. So we have to maintain at least that amount of money in the bank or more. We are actively investing money, but we're actively investing my personal money. This is on top of all of this that we're doing, on top of all the purchases I'm making, I am actively making financial investments and doing these things with my own money every single time I get it, so that we can grow. That's my own personal efforts, and that's not the way that we want to grow the Empire of Aeternia, because that's risky. If I lose my own personal money, that doesn't affect anybody in the Empire of Aeternia if I don't connect it to the Empire of Aeternia's financial system. But if I can make successes on my own that I then use to help grow and expand the Aeternian financial system, then our system can be stable and secure while still growing and not having to take those risks head on as the institutions themselves. North America says, how do you get a transmitter's license? It's very expensive. Again, it can range anywhere from $500 to $2,000 or $3,000 just for the initial filing, just to have an application sent in. That has nothing to include with the whether or not you get accepted. You may spend all that money and get denied for the license. But the other thing that you have to have is you have to have a surety bond, which is in the United States, this is for Alabama law. You also have to have a surety bond, which is something that is an insurance policy, pretty much, that insures anybody who uses your currency for a certain amount of money, so that if your currency falls flat on its face and it doesn't work, that people still are able to recoup their losses from the currency that they invested in with you, that they didn't just lose all the value of their currency. So that being the case, you have to have that surety bond, which is expensive, and you will have to make regular payments on that are probably in the hundreds of dollars every month, if not more, maybe thousands of dollars every month, because it's something like, like $100,000 or $200,000 surety bond. So it's a pretty large amount of money, which is going to mean a large regular payments that you have to make. And that's for the smallest level that you can get. Anytime you try and do a certain amount of money more, they're going to ask for a larger surety bond. In addition to that, the other thing that you need is you have to be worth, at least in the U.S., in the state of Alabama, the law is at least $25,000. Now, what that means is your total assets minus your debts have to be worth, in the way that it is assessed by the government, has to be worth over $25,000. So that means if you, for example, own a piece of land that's worth $25,000, but you're actively making payments on that land, then you cannot include the full amount of the land in your assets because it's technically debt. That is technically something that you are still paying off as a debt, as something that you borrowed from someone else. So that decreases the value that you have. So you have to have $25,000 that is your net worth, that is unencumbered, is not in any debt, is not in any potential financial risk for you to be even considered for the license. So this is something that is a large business investment that has a lot of beneficial return, but costs a lot, and for good reason. You are becoming a financial institution to some degree by doing this. Francisco says, does Eternia have its passports? That's a great question. So again, for doing things like traveling outside of the U.S., I've never traveled outside of the U.S., so I don't have a U.S. passport. I would need to get one to go to somewhere like Serbia. If you're talking about Eternia personally, we have a citizenship license. We actually have a licensing system that works as a passport. So instead of having your own passport and your own whatever, we have the prestige system. What the prestige system does is it creates 3 different types of licenses, and we have a whole video on our prestige system as well. Citizenship license, which is the license our citizens get, which allows them to visit our land, potentially apply to live on our land, and to hold a job, apply to become a lord, things like that, apply for a governmental position. Then there's also the sovereignty license. Sovereignty license is something that is for anybody who wants to be associated with the Empire of Aeternia, but isn't the representative of another micronation, or isn't a citizen of the Empire of Aeternia. So if you're somebody who is, a part of another micronation, so you can't become a citizen, but you want to, say, work in Aeternia and make money and do stuff, or come visit Aeternia, you can get a sovereignty license, which is 100% free, and is eligible to almost anyone who fills out the license form and does it. And that also allows you to do things like participate in our Micronational Risk Tournament and be a part of our Discord and stuff like that, and have special privileges on our Discord. Same thing with the citizenship license. And then the foreign dignitaries license is one that is special to people who are representing foreign nations with respect to us and need to do large-scale trading and stuff like that. And that's something that is a license that is paid for by that nation so that they can have an on-call representative to actively do trade deals and connections with the Empire of Aeternia. So whole different thing, but that's how we do it. We don't have passports, we have licenses, and we have a licensing system, and we have that set up for visitation. That's how our visitation works. That's how we know who should be coming and going in our borders. History says, we don't mind bringing staff and paying for the embassy. That sounds very cool. Again, I think that's that's tough. I would be curious to see what you're interested in doing. But yeah, I would love that. That sounds great. We will definitely have options for that in the future. Conman says metal melting, nice. That'd be a cool stream sometime. We have done metal melting streams, Conman. Go check them out. Go check out the metal melting streams we've already done. We have already done a number of them. We will do more, but please go check out our old streams. Not a ton of people watch our metal melting streams, and it's such a shame because they're so pretty, they're so aesthetic. I love them. You should go check them out. White Wind says, 2 possible embassies for Eternia. Agreed. Very cool. White Wind says, I also go by Kaiser now. Oh, see ya. 27 Kyle says, isn't Kaiser a German thing? I think so. And then White Wind said, yeah. Kyle said, yeah equals yes. I guess he's German. White Wind said, LOL, I took German classes last year. Oh, that's cool. Conman said, right, that makes sense. I agree there. If your ideas change such drastically so soon, then that's very noticeable that it may not be stable. Agreed. And it's also just a thing that, like, that sucks for your people, because if right now when you're creating, your micronation or whatever, you have second thoughts and you're like, oh no, I want to change something, whatever. Think about it in terms of if you were representing a nation of thousands of people who all had their families and their lives and everything put and bet on you being consistent and being able to grow and define your nation. If that's the case, would you just disband your nation in the same way that you would if it's just yourself? You know what I mean? If your life depended on your nation, if you, use that name of your nation to get food to eat for your family, would you shut down your nation so easily and have to start that all from scratch? That's the things that you have to consider, because that's what people are considering when they're wanting to become citizens. When you tell someone, sign up with the Empire of Aeternia, you were saying that name has value. That name is something that's stuck around. That name is something that if you sign up to it and you carry that name in your heart and you are an Eternian and you go out into the world as an Eternian, people will respect that. People will help you to do things. You will find allies who know the name Eternia and know that you are, know that there is some value behind that. But if this is a brand new thing and you had an old one that had some name but now it's been destroyed and rebranded, there is no value in that, and it makes it concerning. Well, why did you have to destroy your old one? What was the purpose? So consider that from the perspective of the people who may be interested in joining you. That can be very concerning. Kyle says, man is about to start a monopoly. Ooh, wait, what? Man is about to start a monopoly, a monarchy, and his new name will be the Almighty Kyle. Oh, interesting. Is that what you're doing, or is that what you're saying White Will is? White Wind says, LMAO Marty a monarchy. Got you. Very cool. Francisco says, I was Emir for one period. Yeah, absolutely. Is that like the name for? Is that just a name that you chose though, or is that like a specific cultural name for something? White Wind says, White Wind's 2-year anniversary is in 2 months and 18 days. Hey, congrats. Knight says, are you going to attend the live stream of the Feast of Micronations? I don't know. I don't know much about that. If it's on Thanksgiving, probably not. I'm probably going to be doing stuff with my family, but never know. I might pop in. 27 Kyle says, how to know if someone is a dictatorship? Their name would be the Almighty People's Socialist Republic of the Empire. That's fair. If somebody named their nation that, I'd be like, they got some hard authoritarian vibes. That's good looks on them, I guess. Conman said 12 viewers. Nice, dude. Don't forget to sub and leave a like if you enjoy, guys. Thank you very much. Yes, 100% Conman's right. He is not conning you about this. Please do subscribe. Hit those notifications too, because again, I've said this like a few times throughout the stream, but hitting those notifications helps, because it helps us to beat the algorithm, and it also shows that we had like 70-something% of people who were not subscribed to our channel who were giving us watch time hours over the last month. So if you subscribe and you hit that notification bell, it helps us to move that number. It helps to make sure that more people are actively getting our content, which means that YouTube advertises it more. So you're helping us. Conman says, I do got a dip. Meeting is starting back. Oh, good luck, Conman. I believe in you. Arizoia says, we were working with a backed currency system. I assume like modern currency is arbitrary and not backed with anything, but that makes sense. Backing your currency is important. Uh, yeah, we're backing it again with the U.S. dollar. So the way that our currency works is we do have it backed right now with something, that being the U.S. dollar, which has an inherent transactable value, and that's how we transact it. Again, it's not in circulation to any degree. You can just purchase it. It can't be used to purchase other things, but that is what gives it its value. It's defined by a one-to-one ratio with the U.S. dollar as what we charge to purchase imperial notes. Um, Conman says, I hope everyone has a great time, enjoy life, and work together to heal the planet. One day at a time, Conman, you know it. Eternia forever. Good luck, and I can't wait to see you again. Nate says, who's attending the Feats Micronation? 27 Kyle says, 2 words that rhyme: monarchy, anarchy. These are questions. There are anarcho-monarchists, I believe, which is a very, like, it's like the antithesis of itself. It's a paradox, but I think there are people like that. Francisco says, Emir is title mostly used in the Arab world. For example, Emirate of Carinthia, Emir was called Idris the First. That's cool. Now that you say Emirate, Emir makes sense. That connects well. I never put 2 and 2 together with that one. I never made sense of that, but I appreciate that. Now I know a little bit more about the culture, and I can have a deeper respect for it. I have seen a number of micronations that are sultanates, that are emirates, that are, connections in some way to Middle Eastern styles of government, and I would like to learn more about them. Styles of government that originated in the Middle East, North Africa, stuff like that. And I would love to learn more about them. Um, a lot of the Empire of Aeternia and its design was kind of a mix between influences in European monarchies, of course, the United States, because that's where I'm from, and then as well a lot of Asian monarchies, specifically, like ancient Chinese dynasties and, Confucian teachings and Japanese daimyos and stuff like that, and, Korean monarchies. Those have all been like interesting things to learn about as we've developed Eternia, and even before I developed Eternia, having those kinds of mindsets involved. And I think learning about Middle Eastern micronations and Middle Eastern forms of traditional forms of government would be really cool to see. I know a lot of nations have borrowed a lot of their development from that area, especially during the time of like the Greeks and the Romans and things like that. Places like any place along the Mediterranean, was a huge influence. So, Persia, connecting, even places like Pakistan and stuff like that, which aren't in the Mediterranean, but are close enough to that in like silk trade terms to be able to make some significant impacts there, have changed the world. Indian, nations as well have. There have been some of the like longest standing monarchies in the world coming from like India and Thailand and stuff like that. So it's really cool to learn about those cultures, and I would love to learn more. So please teach me. Okay. Let's see. Let me see. Almighty Republic of White Wind says I had to do it. Fair enough. 27 Kyle said, wait, no, there's 3 words that rhyme: monarchy, anarchy, hierarchy. Ooh, got him. Y'all are getting good with these word plays, with this crossword puzzle of life that we're doing here. Francisco said, and I am going to be Emir of Yara next weekend. Hey, congratulations. 27 Kyle says, did you just change your name, Whiteman? Praise the Emir, said. Francisco, and I agree. Um, Almighty Socialist Republic of Whiteman says yes. Nice. Always adjusting. 27 Kyle says LOL. We just talked about this, Whiteman. Don't be changing up, but you did it anyway. It was fine. Um, Whiteman says only for the memes. I respect it. North America said yeah. Bellagio says anarcho-monarchism is a weird system, yet I think would work. As sort of an anarchist micronation, we know that anarchism works, and Eternia is a monarchy, so that works. Why can they not join together? Agreed. That's certainly fair. I think it's difficult because they seem kind of contradictory, but it certainly could. Francisco says, fun fact, Kingdom of Iran was called Shah, which is Serbian word for chess. Interesting. And that is kind of a funny coincidence. 27 Kyle says, your new tax, a live tax where if you don't pay it, you commit. I'm so confused. Bellagio says, when enacted as a joint policy, it could work. From what I understand, the monarch's job is to maintain anarchy. Interesting. Respectable. Imperial Republic of North America says, okay. Almighty Republic of Whiteman says, AP didn't notice. I did notice, Whiteman. I did notice. He getting called out. I noticed. Real quick, guys, I'm going to turn on some lights in here, so it's going to get kind of gross for a second because of everything. We've been streaming now for 4 hours. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. This is an incredible amount of watch time. Real quick, let me turn on some lights. I want to show you guys the ingots that we've been working with so far that I've polished down a little bit. I want to show you that gold on there, and then I will get out of your hair. And I will keep making progress for the Empire. But give me just 1 second, guys. I will be right back. Okay, guys, I am back. You may see that my image is not back, but I am just talking to you guys while I set up my camera. So give me just 1 second. Gonna look gross for a minute while I'm trying to change this out, and then hopefully we will be back in business. Okay, let's check it out. Let me see. Trying to adjust my settings here. That should be active. Hey, there we go. Oh, no. It's not what I was trying to do at all. See if that works. Hey, and again, guys, I'm just switching back to my nicer camera. Hey, there we go. Okay. So, again, much higher quality. Ta-da! Hey, perfect. Okay. So, hanging out. Again, beautiful flag in the background. Empire of Aeternia. Eternia forever. Eternia forever. Um, I wanted to show you guys some of our beautiful, beautiful ingots, and I didn't want to butcher them by doing them not with the pretty camera. So this is one of the first ones. Again, these are pieces that I've like shaved down and kind of polished. I'm actually going to adjust the camera so I can show you kind of the high quality nature of them, and some of the weirdness that has gone on with developing these. Okay, so this guy, really pretty. As you can see, I have shaved a good bit off of it. It's a little dark. Let me see if I can't improve this setup a little bit for you guys. Here we go. Okay, so you can see this bad boy. Again, very shiny. A lot of this I polished down with a sander. One of the things that's, again, weird about it, you will notice right here on some of it, there are glints of yellow. Now, some of that is just, of course, the copper color, but you can kind of make a difference. You can tell the difference between some of the copper color and like right here, where there's actually some that looks gold. And that is that aluminum bronze that we created accidentally by having some aluminum impurities from a previous batch stuck into our newest batch when we tried to melt our copper, and it made this gold color all up on it. So that's one of the things that's really cool, and will be fun for new projects because we can make things that look like gold for our citizens without it being too expensive. We'll be able to make our aluminum bronze, but we will be having to repurify these actually to get the metal down right for the copper ingots that we will be producing for the Empire of Aeternia, and we will be showing that off at a later date. And again, here's another version of that that we have here. Again, one of these really nice polished ones. This one actually, just from the way that we melted it, has a large hole in it. And that was just, again, a defect in the melting. But you can see here that we created that. And again, right on the edge, I really want to show you guys this one because you can see it clearly here. On the edge where there is that shiny gold color, that is, again, that right here, that is that nice aluminum bronze, that Aeternian bronze that we have created. It's super pretty, looks like gold again, and I am incredibly excited to be showing that off to you guys. If you would want products on the Imperial market that are made out of this stuff, we may be able to make little knives and swords and, little rings and pendants and stuff like that out of this stuff, little paperweights and stuff. So if you guys would be interested, please let me know. I am super hype about it. So yeah, let me go ahead and readjust the camera. Sorry, I had to turn my flashlight on so that I could show you guys that a little bit better. But here we are, back in action. Let me read some of the comments from everybody here. Sorry, I'll have to kind of dip off screen to be able to do that properly. Gosh, he's posting like a ton of memes. Hold up. Whiteman said he did notice. I did notice. Francisco said we are making a moderate version of flangelism. It is going to be more liberal and more democratic. Interesting. I'm curious to see how that goes. I don't know much about that. I've never heard the word flangelism before. Whiteman says, when he said for the Empire, it sounded like something off Star Wars. For the Empire. The Imperial Republic of North America said Aeternian ingots, and then said, you're completely right. Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you. 27 Kyle, so what happened? Again, I think he was talking about the camera. We have 7 viewers. Thank you, guys. Also, when we make the camera nice and pretty, more people. Hey, it's good to see you guys. Republic of North America said, does anyone play D&D? I play D&D personally. D&D is pretty cool. I will say it's hard to get a D&D group together. I have issues with D&D because I like to like wander off from my party and stuff in D&D. D&D is super fun. I can respect it. Let me see. Um, I'm gonna go down a little bit because there's a lot of just posts. Yeah, he's just posting the whole thing. He's posting a bad lip reading. Don't do it. Don't spam the chat. White one. Not cool. 27 Kyle said Republic of North America said you could make musical instruments. I would love to. That's a great idea. That was a gem hidden in the rough that was Whiteman's comments. If you guys can see this, if you're going back and watching the stream, or if you're checking this out live with us, Whitewind posted just a ton of comments. He posted the script for a bad lip reading, it seems like. And then all of a sudden in the middle of that, North America, Imperial Republic of North America says you can make musical instruments. And that's beautiful. I would love to make like unique Eternian musical instruments, especially since we're already trying to get Eternian music for the lo-fi, and we're trying to advance our cause and create unique things the for our local community, and as well for the Etsy, for the Imperial market. That would be really cool. I would love to see that. I'd love to make something that's unique and that like people would have to learn how to play a little bit, and so then they could be like, this is a unique Eternian instrument. Here I am on my third day of practicing with my Eternian instrument or whatever, and seeing how people develop that. That would be really cool. Do like Eternian, like how the Ocarina of Time is like something from, ocarinas, something from like Legend of Zelda. I would love to make something very similar that's just unique to Eternia. It's not in any other like pop culture stuff. 27 Kyle says, oh God. 27 Kyle says, what? Francisco said, phalangelism is an ideology created by Francisco Franco. El Claudio of España, he was a leader of the Phalangelist Spanish party, and it was very conservative, so we are reforming it. Interesting. 27 Kyle says, what did you do, White One? Manu says, my cousins have a D&D set. One of them wants to get me to play with them. The other one is always tired. I'm sorry, the other one is always tired. Also, good luck with the D&D campaign. I hope it's fun. I hope you find like a new passion that you enjoy, and that you can share that with friends in the future. D&D is a thing where if you get good at it and you learn it and you like it, you can always share it with other people. You can become a dungeon master and, bring other people into the game. So it's always fun, always very creative. You can even do a micronational D&D campaign, which would be cool to see. But yeah, I'm excited about it, and I wish you luck. 27 Kyle says, man, Whitewood had a stroke. He posted like the whole bad lip reading script word for word. Goodness, gotta be tired. Whitewood says, LOL. Homegrown Gamer Kid said, I am stupid. I don't believe you are at all, Homegrown Gamer Kid. I think you're really cool, and I appreciate you checking out our channel. Homegrown Gamer Kid said, I am Onyx, the cat on your server /Empire, and I am the leader of another micronation. Very cool. If that's the case, you should hit up our sovereignty license. If you want to, first off, you should subscribe because it helps us a ton. Also, if you are interested in becoming a part of our, say, Micronational Risk Tournament, and you want to represent your nation in that, join our sovereignty license. It's 100% free. You fill out an application. The application's on our website. I think you can also find it on our Discord now. I'll have to post links to that stuff in the Discord as well. But you should go check it out. If you sign up for that, you are able to get special access to unique channels on our thing that are specifically for Micronationalists, a part of that system, and allows you to represent your nation in things like the games we play. For example, our Micronational Risk Tournament. And allows you to potentially win the award for that. Like if you win it, the last person that we sent, the last Micronational Risk Tournament we did was our second ever, and we sent an award out for the first time, and they received it. It was, oh goodness, I have to check. It was King Michael. King Michael of Perpetua. King Michael of Perpetua ended up getting a sticker set from us, the same one that you can buy on the Imperial Market from us, on our Etsy. He got his own custom sticker pack that was sent to him a couple weeks ago. He actually just got it not too long ago. We had issues with the mail trying to get to him, but he finally got it, and it has been really cool to see. I'm glad he was able to get that. And for our next Micronational Risk tournament, I want the reward to be even bigger and even crazier. So I'm excited to get that. Okay. Homegrown Kid said I just subbed. Thank you so much, Homegrown Kid. Hey, shout out to Homegrown Kid. Just subbed. Got a new sub on the stream right now. That's a new sub. That's a new dub. Ooh, we're getting it, but it's not an anime. Oh, tripping it, and it's not even gonna get away because we're gonna catch it. Oh, bad lip reading. 27 Kyle says, I think White Wind is gone. White Wind says, I love Nation RPs. Very cool. Homegrown Kid said, let me join your thing, I think. Yeah, I would appreciate it. It would mean a lot. Francisco says, message retracted. Kyle says, oh, he isn't. Republic of North America says, yes. Francisco says, how does Eternia enforce its laws? Again, Francisco, I remember you were a part of the stream earlier. I think you remember me talking about, I think you were here when I was talking about the Guide of Foundation and Principles that the Empire of Aeternia has. If you go to our website and you check out the Guide of Foundation and Principles, you will see we do not have laws specifically. That's because we do not have enough people to need any predefined laws. I am the absolute monarch of the Empire of Aeternia. So therefore, all the base foundations and descriptions of our government, of our institutions, the way that things work, the way that you go about average everyday life as a citizen in the Empire of Aeternia is defined in our Guide of Foundation and Principles, but those are our principles, those are our ideals, those are our morals, those are our concepts for our governance, as far as, and our purposes for those. As far as actual law, my word is the rule of law. What I decide is what ends up happening. And the way that we enforce that is through the acceptance or denial of citizenships. So citizenship in the Empire of Aeternia is not something that is a baseline. Citizenship is something that is a right that is earned. So it's not a right. It is something that is earned. So the fact is, when you become a citizen of the Empire of Aeternia, you have to show some value, that you can produce something of value for the Empire of Aeternia, whether that's paying a tax through our Patreon, that's $1 a month, or whether you create videos for us that get monetized on our YouTube channel. There are a number of ways that you can actively have a job or show some value to the Empire of Aeternia, monetary value, that we then can grant you a citizenship through. But that citizenship requires that you maintain that value and that you not break any of our rules, that you are a good member of our society. And I am ultimately the one who determines who is a good member of our society. So at any point I can revoke a citizenship. It is the proof that someone is doing well in our nation, that they maintain a citizenship, and also they will get additional elevations beyond that. If someone is doing poorly in our citizenship, a lot of the time they will be asked to leave fairly quickly, but that's a rare occurrence. Most of the time, people who have to put enough effort in to get the citizenship in the first place want to maintain it because they had to work so hard to get it. So then it becomes something where they are working to help develop our nation for a long time. It feels valuable to them. And I feel like that's enforcement enough. You know what I mean? It's like the question of, if you got a sports car all of a sudden and you saved up for years and years and years to get a sports car, and it's like, who's stopping you from smashing up your own sports car? And it's like, nobody is stopping you from smashing it up. You can do it, but you'll be immediately ruining the thing that you worked so long to get. So it's a similar thing with our nation. It is at will citizenship. You can join whenever you want. You can leave whenever you want. But it does take a lot of time and effort to actually become a citizen. So the value that's there is worthwhile for you to want to maintain. And the risk of not maintaining it is the loss of your citizenship. We got 9 viewers also. Thank you guys. North America says, AP, have you ever thought about, hold up, I'm going to go back up. A lot of different stuff jumped in. White Wind says, I'll never be gone. We don't want you gone, White Wind. We just want you to stop posting the entire bad lip reading thing. 27 Kyle says, I thought he was having a heart attack. No, I don't think anyone was. Homegrown Gamer Kid says, Eternia is a very cool name. Thank you very much. If you haven't seen our previous videos on it, you should check it out. Eternia is actually a combination of words. Eternal, meaning forever, and ethereal, meaning light and airy, sort of spirity. We talk about the reasoning for that actually in an upcoming video that we're going to be doing, but also in previous live streams. So if you want to check that out, you definitely should, and I will give you more updates on that soon. But I appreciate it. Thank you for the compliment. White Wind says, I had 2 heart attacks because of it. Don't do it, White Wind. We don't want that for you. We want better for you in your life. North America says Nation RP is actually simulating history. It's definitely cool. Yeah, like a history what if sort of thing. Yeah, I can respect that. I can get on board. Goodness. 27 Kyle said White Wind, more like spam wind. Oh, 27 Homegrown Kid said, what am I shouted out? What I am shouted out very rarely. Also, I am an animator. You what? Oh, Homegrown Kid, join our Discord and DM me. Join our Discord and DM me or email me at eternianempire@gmail.com. I am actively doing animation stuff. I'm trying to get better at it, but I'm not great. If you are doing animation stuff, please let me know. I would love to work with you on animation stuff. That is something that's super valuable. And if you are interested in becoming a citizen of the Empire of Aeternia, that is something that is very valuable to us. So please, please, please hit me up if you are interested. White Wind says, no spam. Republic of North America says, AP, have you ever thought about the mining industry? So yes, absolutely. We are right now in the metals refining industry. So we're taking things like, scrap aluminum from aluminum cans, aluminum foil, stuff like that. Scrap copper from copper wire, different copper appliances, things like that, copper piping. And we are melting those down to become refined, purified ingots. So that's pretty much the process that they go through when they take the raw material out of the ground from a mining, operation, and then purify it into bars. This the same process. We're just taking an already pre-crafted, pre-used version and melting that down instead, and refining it that way. But yes, if we ever get the opportunity to have a mine on our land, to have an amount of resource that is just open and available and owned by us, we will absolutely be mining that resource so that we can use that for making an even cheaper, even easier way for us to replenish our stock of metals, especially if it's fine metals like gold or silver or something like that. 100%. Let's see. North America says, 27 Kyle says, you literally look like you were smashing your keyboard. Oh, goodness. I did? I look like I was smashing my keyboard? Oh, gosh, I hope not. I don't think I was. Homegrown Kid said, my government is a republic democracy, I think. Oh, that's cool. Homegrown Kid says, everybody's jumping around. Hold up. Because we have 3 to 5 branches of government. Oh, wow. Kyle said, no, that's just you speaking English. Oh, goodness. Your new language. Everybody jumping around. What? White Wind says, we have an emperor and 4 offices under it. That's cool. That's very similar to Eternia, where in Eternia we have the emperorship, and then we have 1 official office under it right now, but we have 2 different houses, which are the kind of like branches of government underneath the emperorship. AP, I just remembered. And then 27 Kyle says, if I started a language, it would be called Glinglish. Interesting. Homegrown Kid said GNS H in Onyx. Onyx sneeze? What? White Wind says, so I started a GoFundMe for Eternia because I'm hoping to support Eternia and increase their economic growth to 10,000. Thank you so much. That means a lot. That's a huge help to us, legitimately. If you are just wanting to give that to us, that's incredible. And I'm lucky to have some supporters like that. If you want to support us and you want to help us out, again, always go to our Etsy, our Patreon. If you want to help through Whitewind's thing, you can, but I don't have any direct connection. You know, like it's not going to my bank account. So uh, I appreciate you, Whitewind, for that, and I am certainly grateful for it. If you do raise some money, I would love to talk to you about it, and I'd love to see how that works. But it's hard for me to endorse it because it's not connected to my bank account. I can't know how secure it is, but I definitely respect it and I appreciate it. And you know, I can't wait. Any little bit that helps Eternia is an honor to me, and I am lucky to have someone like you helping us, especially from another micronation. So thank you. Um, Homegrown gamer kid said, "I'm gonna say Germany and Onyx. Interesting." 27 Kyle says, "I'm sorry, White, when I had to do it." Balagia said, "Bye. I'm heading off. See you." It was good to see you, Balagia. Thank you so much for hanging out with us for so long. It means a lot. I will see you next time. Um, hmm. Francisco says, "Does Eternia have its monetary authority?" Um, do you mean, do we have our like money transmitters license? That's something that we're actively trying to get. That's what this whole stream has been about. We're trying to get it. We're actively moving toward that, but it's an expensive undertaking. 27 Kyle says, "Yeah, Whitewind." Homegrown Gamer Kid says, "Can I apply for the map of the Republic, for their map of the Republic of the Onyx Union?" Yeah, you sure can. You can absolutely apply for the map on our website. Go ahead. 27 Kyle says, "Do you live in Alaska or something?" I do not live in Alaska, no. Um, oh, goodness. Um, Whitewind says, "What?" Whitewind says, "I'm on the micronational map." He sure is. 27 Kyle says, "If you're a monarchy, Whitewind spam. I'm a monarchy because why not?" Oh, goodness. 27 Kyle said, "Jesus." Homegrown Gamer Kid says, "Stop spamming, please." And 27 Kyle says, "Oh, okay, you are." Yeah, yep. Yep, sure is. And a nice spam attempt, you guys. I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody hanging out. We've been going for 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours. If we estimate an approximate viewer count, you know, an average viewer count of let's say 6 viewers. Uh, 6 viewers times 4 hours would be 24, but it's 4.5 hours. So let me see, six uh, 6 times 4.5, 27. So we may be at or around 27 watch time hours after this stream, thanks to you guys. That's a huge boost for us, and I tell you what, that will also let me go ahead and throw us over to the monetization view over here. Let me throw us into a different setup for everything. See, let me jump back to the cam setup. Let me jump back into online screen. There we go. Oh gosh, why does it keep doing this? All right. Let me get into video capture device, add source, webcam, add source, awesome, webcam, EOS utility. Yep, there we go. Okay, I'm gonna have to move this, fix it real quick. But as you can see, hey guys, sorry, I'm here. I'm trying to fix this. I don't know where my other one went, but I'll just do this for right now and I'll fix it later. Okay, so as you can see from our YouTube studio, I will zoom in. Right now, we are at 3,223 public watch time hours. And that means if we, let me jump over here, add an average of 6 viewers every hour at 4.5 hours gives us 27 watch time hours. So on the low end of the estimate, we may be getting around 27 watch time hours today, which 27 watch time hours added to, let me see, Let me jump back to our monetization. 27 times our 23 would make us into 50. So we would be back at least 3250 watch time hours, which is something that we had hit a while back as a milestone, but because I had to take some time off from streaming, it dipped down severely. So now that we're back at that, we can push to 3300, and 3300 leads us closer to 3500. 3500 is going to be just a stepping stone to 4000 and to our ultimate monetization. I'm hoping to look at that like toward December. Like within the new year, we should be hitting monetization pretty quick. If we don't hit it by the end of this year, we should be hitting it within January or February of next year. That's our goal because, like I said, we're already getting ads run on our videos and stuff like that. So it sucks that we are having to still, work with YouTube and still work under their system where they're making money off of our videos, and you guys are having to sit through those ads, but we're not getting any of the benefit from that. All the time that you guys dedicate to watching our videos and supporting us, we aren't making money from just yet. So once we hit that 4,000 watch time hours, we will be able to start actually contributing just directly from your viewership alone. And if you want to help us out with that, keep watching the channel. One of the best ways that you can do that is our Micronational Lo-Fi stream, Micronational Lo-Fi video. Again, I showed you guys that a little while ago, but if you actually jump over here to our to our content, you jump over to some of our Micronational Lo-Fi stuff. Right here, Lo-Fi for Micronations. I will pull it up real quick on YouTube. And it's legitimately just like a 2.5 hour stream of an animation that I made for the Empire of Aeternia, as well as some cool lo-fi music. So if you guys are interested in that, and I'll play through once to show you the entire animation there. Yep, and then it goes back again. Yep. And so if you guys are interested in that, hanging out with us and supporting the channel even when we're not streaming, this is a great way to do so. Right now this has 128 views, but the people who have watched it have put in like a good amount of time and effort to making this what it is. So if you're interested in that and want to participate in growing our watch time hours a lot, put that on the background while you're playing a game. Put that on the background while you're studying, when you go to jog, when you go to whatever, when you're just listening to music in your headphones. You can play this, and every hour that you do, even if it's over a few days, will add up to a bunch for us. So thank you so much, guys, for helping us and for making this channel, and more so the Empire of Aeternia as a whole, what it is. The Imperial Republic of North America says, "Can I just AFK your vids?" Yeah, you sure can. 100%. If you like just put on our videos and you just watch them in like a loop, like you can, I think, especially for like playlists, like you can go to my channel. Let me show you. You can go to the Empire of Aeternia's YouTube channel, and I think there's like a play all feature. Yeah, you can hit play all right here. On our website, and it will just straight up take you through like all of the videos, and it'll just keep going and keep throwing them in for you. So if you want to do that and just put them on in the background or whatever, that means a ton. That is a huge helper of our watch time, and that helps us to grow a lot. So every single person we have doing that just a little bit shoots us up. So again, thank you guys so much. You guys have made this possible, and I will see you all the very next time we are able to get together. Again, that will maybe be in a couple days if we can do a Minecraft stream, maybe Tuesday, maybe Wednesday. But if not, Thursday I'm probably going to be doing stuff with my family, which may lead us into next weekend. We might do some stuff again Saturday, Sunday. Look for potentially another live stream. But again, I appreciate you guys. Even ending out the stream, we have 6 viewers. We have half of what we had at our peak. Our peak was 12. For a good amount of the time during the stream, we've had 10 viewers. And then even, for even longer than that, we've had like 7 and 8 viewers. for most of the stream, we've had like 7 to 8 viewers, with the low being 6 viewers. We've had a baseline of 6 viewers this entire time. So thank you guys so much for hanging out. Oh, everybody keeps jumping in and being like, say something. Homegrown Gamer Kid said, I'm going to make some fan art with my character Onyx holding an Eternian flag. Absolutely. Thank you, man. Please do. I would love to see that. Homegrown Gamer Kid. That's awesome. I would love that. Manu says I could just walk around my house doing things, but with Bluetooth headphones on. Exactly. And that helps us, again, a ton. Like, it just does. A ton. Imperial Republic of North America says the secret is smashing the keyboard. Agreed. With the spam. 27 Kyle says, guys, say something. He's going to end the stream if we don't say something. I believe in you. I'm sorry I do have to end the stream. I would love to be able to hang out with you guys 24/7. One of the things that when I am able to hire somebody, legitimately hire somebody to help out with the Empire of Aeternia stuff, which a huge amount of that is honestly just trying to is just, needing to get monetization, because when we get monetization, the larger the channel grows, the more money we make. So the more regular money we make, which means we can put money into hiring someone. If I could hire someone part-time to come and help out, I would have somebody who films everything we do. That would be the first person that I would hire, like full-time if I could, was somebody to just be a camera crew for us. Somebody who knows about cinematography, who knows about filming stuff, to just come around and film every single thing we do. And then I'd hire an editor to chop it up and do edits for it, and put you guys out some really amazing content, so that way I could be working on the next best thing and trying to come up with it, and then all we'd have to do is have people follow along and film that and edit it, and then those could be awesome videos for you guys, awesome live streams, awesome Instagram posts, Twitter posts. We have been doing stuff like that. If you guys don't know, we have a TikTok account now. That's something that's been kind of crazy, but we do actually have a TikTok account. I think it's called TikTok Empire of Aeternia. But we do have a TikTok account. I see our Patreon, I see our Twitter, I see a whole bunch of stuff. I don't see our TikTok. Dang. But we do have a TikTok. Let me go ahead and look up on my phone real quick what our TikTok is so I can plug that. Any of you guys who are on TikTok, we've posted a couple of videos so far, but we haven't been super big on it. So go and follow us, help us out. Yeah, we have 846 views on our ingot video that we posted, and 512 videos on our hydropower one that we did. But we only have 2 followers, and we're following one person. But we have 43 likes. So we are at Empire of Aeternia on there. Let me see if I can't. I'm sure it's not great through the webcam. At Empire of Aeternia on TikTok. If you guys have a TikTok, you should check it out, because I have also posted some videos on there. As we get larger, I'm going to post more on more social media, so we're getting better. Our Instagram has been like the thing that's taken off besides our YouTube. Our YouTube's the biggest thing by far, but our Instagram has been the second, and we've been posting fairly regularly on there. We do some unique videos on there every once in a while. Twitter's the next thing, when we post live streams, when we give updates, a lot of time that's on Twitter. Sometimes we'll do like talking point discussions on Twitter. We did that with like the Kyle Rittenhouse verdict and stuff like that. So a lot of recent news things we'll be talking about on Twitter. And then now TikTok, we've been posting a lot of the stuff that we also post on YouTube Shorts. So if you like some of our Shorts content, maybe something you might see in like an Instagram video as well, we post on TikTok. So yeah, you guys check it out. It means a lot, and I can't wait to see you again the next time. Ooh, everybody's spamming it out. I appreciate you guys hanging out. And again, it means a lot. I appreciate you guys, and I can't wait for the next one. Eternia forever, everybody. I hope you have a good night. I hope wherever you are, you're enjoying yourself, that you're safe, your family's doing well, that you feel, excuse me, congested. I hope that you feel excited about every day that you live. I hope that you feel encouraged to pursue your passions. I hope that you pursue science and logic, and that you move forward every day with putting your best foot forward to help those people in your community and in the places that you live that you care about. There's always something to learn from everybody that you encounter. There's always something that can be gained from experiences, even if they hurt and even if they're negative experiences. You all are people who I've come to know over the past few years, some to incredible detail and some to just passing hellos. But everybody who I have met has been an incredibly sincere and wonderful person and has always given me a lot to think about. Even though you feel like it's just a YouTube comment to you, letting me know that you exist out there in the universe, letting me know that there's someone else who's thinking about these things. You may send me a question in a YouTube video, and I'll be thinking about it like 3 days later, and I'll be like, I hope that person's doing well. Like, I'll be like just contemplating, more about that question. And sometimes it leads to a whole stream idea, and somebody will be like, you should talk about this. I've never seen you talk about this. Or somebody will be brand new to the channel and be like, hey, I don't know what this is. And they'll ask like a crazy question that has a really relevant topic in it. So I appreciate you guys from the bottom of my heart. There's very little in this world that I enjoy more than coming to get to talk to you guys and hang out and learn what you're doing and have you teach me. So thank you all so much again. I appreciate everybody. I know I'm having to end the stream. I know it sucks, especially for those of you who have stayed here for so long, but it means a lot. It feels like a friendly hangout. It feels like I'm getting to, invite a friend over and we're chatting and we're talking about developing nations together. So thank you guys. I can't wait for the next one to invite you over again to the Empire of Aeternia, to our great land, and to have your support in our ever-expanding conquest. Thank you so much. Aeternia forever. And I will see you all next time. Good night, everyone. Aeternia forever.